Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej Lublin 2022. Bezpieczeństwo i solidarność. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli, spotkań i debat liderów samorządowych, organizacji pozarządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów. Giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, koncerty i spektakle. Na żywo i online. Lublin, 5-7 października 2022. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Польське радіо для України. Щоденна інформація з фронту з надійних джерел. Життя і виклики українців у Польщі. Музика українського спротиву. Публіцистика, розмови про нове майбутнє України і Польщі. Музичні передачі, казки, вірші і загадки для дітей. Польське радіо для України. Істина народжується між двох.
Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej Lublin 2022. Bezpieczeństwo i solidarność. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli, spotkań i debat liderów samorządowych, organizacji pozarządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów. Giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, koncerty i spektakle. Na żywo i online. Lublin, 5-7 października 2022. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Польське радіо для України. Щоденна інформація з фронту з надійних джерел. Життя і виклики українців у Польщі. Музика українського спротиву. Публіцистика, розмови про нове майбутнє України і Польщі. Музичні передачі, казки, вірші і загадки для дітей. Польське радіо для України. Істина народжується між двох.
Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej Lublin 2022. Bezpieczeństwo i solidarność. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli, spotkań i debat liderów samorządowych, organizacji pozarządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów. Giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, koncerty i spektakle. Na żywo i online. Lublin, 5-7 października 2022. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Польське радіо для України. Щоденна інформація з фронту з надійних джерел. Життя і виклики українців у Польщі. Музика українського спротиву. Публіцистика, розмови про нове майбутнє України і Польщі. Музичні передачі, казки, вірші і загадки для дітей. Польське радіо для України. Істина народжується між двох.
Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej Lublin 2022. Bezpieczeństwo i solidarność. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli, spotkań i debat liderów samorządowych, organizacji pozarządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów. Giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, koncerty i spektakle. Na żywo i online. Lublin, 5-7 października 2022. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Польське радіо для України. Щоденна інформація з фронту з надійних джерел. Життя і виклики українців у Польщі. Музика українського спротиву. Публіцистика, розмови про нове майбутнє України і Польщі. Музичні передачі, казки, вірші і загадки для дітей. Польське радіо для України. Істина народжується між двох.
Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej Lublin 2022. Bezpieczeństwo i solidarność. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli, spotkań i debat liderów samorządowych, organizacji pozarządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów. Giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, koncerty i spektakle. Na żywo i online. Lublin, 5-7 października 2022. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Польське радіо для України. Щоденна інформація з фронту з надійних джерел. Життя і виклики українців у Польщі. музика українського спротиву, публіцистика, розмови про нове майбутнє України і Польщі, музичні передачі, казки, вірші і загадки для дітей. Польське радіо для України. Істина народжується між двох.
Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej Lublin 2022. Bezpieczeństwo i solidarność. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli, spotkań i debat liderów samorządowych, organizacji pozarządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów. Giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, koncerty i spektakle. Na żywo i online. Lublin, 5-7 października 2022. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Zapraszamy do zajmowania miejsc.
Right, everyone, take your seats, please. We are about to begin.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Nazywam się Paweł Prokop,
Morning,
jestem
everyone.
przewodniczącym Komitetu Organizacyjno-Programowego Kongresu.
My name is
i
Paweł
jest mi
Prokop.
niezwykle miło
I'm the chairman of the
Państwa
Organizational
na
and
otwarciu
Program Committee of
Kongresu
the Congress. I'm
Współpracy
very
Transgranicznej.
pleased to
Dzień
welcome
dobry, witam serdecznie.
everyone to our Congress.
To
Good
już
morning.
11.
This is
edycja
the
naszego
11th
kongresu, w
edition
którym
of the
spotykają
Congress.
się praktycy współpracy
This is
transgranicznej
where
po to, żeby
practitioners
rozmawiać
and
o tym, co
theoreticians
dla
come
nas
together
najważniejsze.
to talk about
Tegoroczny
cross-border
kongres
cooperation, to talk what is most
odbywa się pod
relevant to
hasłem
us. This
bezpieczeństwo i
year's
solidarność.
Congress slogan
Niewątpliwie
is
dzisiaj to
security
dwa najważniejsze
and
słowa,
solidarity, the two
najważniejsze emocje,
perhaps
które
most important words,
wyrażają
most important
nasze
emotions
potrzeby, nasze oczekiwania.
today that convey our expectations, our hopes, but on the other hand, the key values that we are
Oczywiście tłumaczone
guided
spontanicznie w trzech
by.
językach,
The Congress
polskim,
is
ukraińskim i
interpreted simultaneously
Przyjęliśmy,
into
tak jak w
Polish,
ubiegłym
English,
roku,
and
formułę
Ukrainian.
hybrydową.
As last year,
Zależy
it's
nam
a
na tym,
hybrid
ci z Państwa, którzy nie
Congress,
mogli do nas
because
dojechać, nie są z nami,
I
mieli
imagine
możliwość
there are people
uczestniczenia
who
w
have not been
kongresie,
able to reach us,
ale
so they can still be here remotely.
z tego,
And of
że
course, we are
nasi
very glad to
partnerzy,
have
że mogliście
a
Państwo
lot
po
of
prostu
guests, a lot of
przyjechać i
partners
dzisiaj razem
on
z nami.
site
Właściwie
together with us.
każdy z gości
So
jest
I believe
dla nas bardzo
everyone
bliski naszemu
is
sercu,
very close
bardzo
to
nam
our
drogi.
heart,
Drogi od
whether
tylu lat,
on site or off site, because we have been together
przyjacielskie
for so
partnerstwo.
many years working
A
as
oczywiście
partners.
nie jesteśmy w stanie przywitać
But of
wszystkich
course,
w imieniu
I'm not
nazwiska.
able to name everyone, welcome everyone individually. So let me welcome on behalf of our committee, of the organizers, let me welcome our partners from Ukraine. It's a great pleasure, it's a great honor to have you here. You have traveled here from distant places. We have delegations, representatives from Kharkiv, Ternopil, Lutsk, Ivano-Frankivsk, Kamieniec, Lviv, Ruvny. Many people have been able to join us. Please applaud them.
Bardzo dziękuję. Oczywiście brawa należą się też
And of course, the applause is for guests from other places. Debrecen, Chisinau. Tomorrow, the mayors will sign a cooperation agreement. We have also representatives of Finland
Centrum Wergelanda z
and
Norwegii. Również
Wergeland
witamy
Center
bardzo
from
serdecznie.
Norway. Welcome.
Proszę Państwa, organizatorem jak co roku kongresu
As every year, the organizer of this Congress is the Municipal Office of Lublin, and the honorary patron is the European Commission, which is, of course, a great pleasure and honor. And ever since the first edition, the most important thing has been to have a participatory model of this Congress. So many departments of the local municipality, but also national and international partners are involved. Administration, universities, civic society organizations, NGOs, a number of different forms of cooperation come into play. We will discuss, we will have workshop sessions, study visits across the city and even outside the city. Of course, the main venue is this hotel, but we will visit schools, cultural institutions, universities, and even a local technology park or a bus and trolleybus depot to have a look at some sustainable development projects in public transport.
Poproszę o zabranie
Let me now ask the host of this city, Mayor Krzysztof Żuk, to take the floor.
Witam wszystkich bardzo serdecznie, zwłaszcza po tej...
Good morning, everyone. Welcome
I cieszymy się,
on site. We haven't been able to meet for the last two editions on site because of the pandemic. I'm very happy that we are back on track to design our future together, our future cooperation together. I can see Mayor of Kielce, Bogdan Wenta, with us,
to pokazuje, że
which shows that Polish cities want to work closer together and propose
że w jakim
a shared offering of know-how to anyone who would like to use it
przywracania
in the
normalności
process of restoring
współpraca
a regular, normal life in your cities, in Ukraine and elsewhere. This cooperation is a great experience. We have worked together for 30 years. We have learned from you.
była świetny
Just to remind you, Vinica
system
used to have a very well done e-government system. While we were just beginning to implement it, we copied some best practices from Ivano-Frankivsk.
że się
So we always learn from each other. We always have something to exchange. And there are different financial opportunities, of course, but on both sides we have experts with expertise, great managers, and this combination of our potentials
impuls
should provide a stimulus for development, both in your locations and in Poland.
wypowiedzieć oprócz przywołanego tutaj pana prezydenta, bo
Besides Mayor Wenta, that I have
prezydentów Polski
spotted in the room, I'd like to speak also on behalf of other mayors of Poland associated in the Union of Polish Metropolises and the Association of Polish Cities. They also work with Ukrainian partners. But these two organizations really rely on networking of organizations. And our Lublin experience sometimes may not match your needs, but we will help you find a partner that you can learn from or that you can teach them something, whether in infrastructure or other projects. So ideas that can be copied right away. So this is how we can help. And you know us, we have worked so long together. We are really flexible
jesteśmy.
to help you develop different planes of cooperation
Chciałbym, by ten
with particular focus on networking.
już się ukierunkował
Well, this Congress is looking ahead because we are going to talk about aiding,
pewnych doświadczeń
assisting
płynących również i tu w Lublinie.
refugees, local residents in Lublin. We have established a social aid committee for Ukraine.
Wspierało
These are mainly NGOs, but with the participation of the city. The city provided funds, provided different instruments, but it's in the first place NGOs and volunteers who assisted the huge wave of refugees, mainly women and children, that we welcomed shortly after the war. These people need special attention, special sensitivity, and I believe they got it. Sometimes when talking to people, I give this example of a young volunteer who stopped me in the street and he said,
jadę
"Give me your mobile number because I'm now driving to get a large family from Ukraine. So when I'm back, I will call you to find a place for me." Of course, I gave him my number, but I also helped him to
z
find other volunteers, other NGOs locally to help this family.
mieszkańców.
We had more than 30,000 Ukrainian nationals staying in Lublin at the peak moment. More than 1 million crossed our city on the way west. Still, we have close to 50,000 Ukrainian refugees in Lublin and around.
To, co teraz
Now it's time to look back, to collect some best practice, some experience, and look ahead.
chodzących do naszych
Again, we have thousands of young Ukrainians attending Lublin schools. backed by international organizations, we have been able to make it. In every school where the Ukrainian children, there is a Ukrainian teacher. They are employed on a full-time
również jako
as teacher, as psychotherapist,
wymagają
as interpreter, because these people very often need this kind of
dla
assistance.
nich wsparcie
We have also aid in kind, which is very important, but no less important,
to podkreślić.
and this should be particularly stressed. Young Ukrainians are mixed with Polish children in classes,
Bo
so they integrate. We haven't started separate classes for Ukrainians because the experience varies here. We support Polish language classes, and of course we expect
tej młodzieży polskiej takiej
the Polish youth
integracji
to be ready to integrate. And I think this has happened. This is a fact. The young from both sides
doprowadza
are really getting on well together without our pressure or specific participation. And what is relevant now is to provide employment to Ukrainian women. So we have to adjust our job offers to their qualification, level of education, or the fact they cannot work full-time because they have children to take care of, although these children are sometimes at institutions. I have spoken to NGOs
również form kształcenia, żeby
about some possible forms of
podnosić
training or extra
jako
qualification so that these Ukrainian women who have come here can also work not only as blue-collar workers, but as professionals, specialists in different fields, having qualification acquired during the courses that we are going to design. So they can, of course, earn more money. Another thing is housing. We have a special housing stock.
z rządem
We are working on this with the government, with NGOs, to create a model of tenancy.
zawsze
This is still ahead of us. At some point, there are always problems coming up. These problems mushroom, new problems start appearing. We are not able to handle all of this, but still,
ze
we are aware we have a lot of refugees from the east.
albo nie
They have nowhere to go back to, or they
ustabilizować
will not have not anywhere to go to in the foreseeable future. So
w tym
our point is to
tutaj jest
help them be on their own as long as they wish, or as long as they must stay here. Lublin is open to Ukrainian refugees. We know that, you know that. But
tych wspólnych projektów
what we also focus on is shared projects with refugees, for refugees, but also with the participation of you locally in your communities, in your cities.
okazją, żeby sobie zdefiniować.
This Congress is
Bardziej
perhaps a chance to define, to
na dzień
identify what is your priority today,
że możemy mobilizować
and to what extent we can try to galvanize NGOs, cities, Polish municipalities into action, into aid that you need. I believe there is a few hundred projects behind us, completed together in Ukraine with very positive effect for your communities. We want to continue this, although in a much more demanding setting, in much more demanding conditions as we have now. We have 10 partner cities of Lublin in Ukraine, many projects done together also outside the cities, and as Mayor Venta
dla Winicy
told us earlier today, we are a great partner to Vinnytsia because our both cities work with Vinnytsia at different levels.
współpracy
So this networking between Polish and Ukrainian cities is absolutely fundamental because we can help each other most effectively. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie prezydencie. Chciałem
Thank you very much, Mr. Maya.
Na kongresie przez 3 dni cały czas będzie się działo coś.
We'll be welcoming you over the 3 days of the Congress. There are multitudes of really interesting events, and traditionally we've got the grants fair and our partners forum. Also, we'll be sharing the assumptions, the perspectives of the new financial framework for the Poland-Ukraine cross-border cooperation. Cultural events will be key to us as well. Last year, the motto was for Belarus. Then this is a city over the borders, across the borders. That's the motto for this year's the edition. Let me just mention the other 3 the associated events. That is cross-border cooperation academia, where people from cities network to increase, to improve the managerial and cultural competencies. The youth for the cities for the youth. That is sessions of the debates and meetings of the youth. Let's remember that in 2023, Lublin will be the International Youth's capital. And also the Lublin-Kishinev joint project for sustainable public transport. A lot of interesting events for you to attend, so please be welcome. And use the opportunity, also use the opportunity to sightsee our cities. Now, let me invite Krzysztof Stanowski from International Cooperation Office, the City the Council, to open the panel for this year's edition of the Cross-Border Cooperation Congress. Thank you very much, Pavel. Good morning, everyone. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are just starting this Congress with a talk about security and solidarity. This is the 223rd day of the brutal Russian aggression against Ukraine. We are observing the heroic defense of Ukraine by the Ukrainian army, but also local governments that we have been in cooperation with for so many years. Let me invite to the discussion the representatives of Ukraine. Some of them will take part online, and from the Western Europe. Let me welcome Irena Chebela from Lutsk, Ruslan Gaida, Deputy Mayor of the city of Ivano-Frankivsk, Igor Kreczkiewicz, Deputy Mayor of the city of Rivne. Let me welcome online
na ekranach będą z nami Igor
Terechow,
Charków, z którym nie
Mayor of the city of Kharkiv, the city with which Lublin has just signed the partnership agreement. He'll be attending online, and Oleksandr Inskevich from the city of Mykolaiv. Hello and welcome, everyone.
z Europy Zachodniej.
Representatives of the Western Europe and CE, Anna Perona, Executive Director, the European Wergeland Center in Norway, the important the institution of the Council of Europe. We'll have François Richez, the President of the Civil Protection from France. Together, we have sent hundreds of trucks with assistance and aid to Ukraine. A friend of Europe as well, from Debrecen, Istvan Pushkas, Deputy Mayor of the city of Debrecen, from Hungary. Hello and welcome, everyone.
Pozwólcie, że
Charkowa. Let me start with Kharkiv.
Panie Hołowo, przez wiele miesięcy obserwujemy bohaterską
a number of months now in Lublin we have hosted a multitude of refugees that fled Ukraine, coming to Lublin, arriving in Lublin, eminent figures,
ale też gościmy
people from Kharkiv and residents of Kharkiv that have taken part in defending the city. Sergei Zhadan has visited Lublin quite recently. That was a very important visit for all of us. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Mayor. What's the current situation in your city after the successful counter-offensive? Have you got the proper conditions to start rebuilding the city? What are the current conditions in the city?
Мы вас чуємо, добре. Участников Конгресса. Прежде всего хочу поблагодарить организаторов этого Конгресса за возможность выступить на...
So, thank you very much for having invited me to this Congress, for giving me this opportunity to attend this kind of project, an important project for us as the Kharkiv city. And we would like to pass to you some information, some updates on what we are struggling with after the Russian Federation attacked Ukraine, how we have been coping and what are our plans for the future. So the discussion on security is rather was theoretical until 2014, when the Donetsk and Lugan oblasts were under occupation and the Crimea was annexed by Russia. This year there was the straightforward, the all-out the attack of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. So this is a very fragile world that we are living in. A neighbor may attack, your territory, killing people who have been the brothers, giving nuclear threats to the world. So please think about this. Now, day by day, Kharkiv is being bombarded by the Russian aggressor, by the Russian army. 3,500 multi-floor apartment blocks have been destroyed. Hospitals, schools, the infrastructure, museums, the stores and shops. Parks, utility lines, the boiler rooms, and the strategic infrastructure facilities. So we are unable now to start rebuilding more than 400 residential buildings. So these figures are really terrifying. More than 150,000 citizens, residents of Kharkiv, have been left without homes. It's a huge challenge. It's a huge problem that we will be facing in the nearest future. Since the beginning of the war, Kharkiv has enjoyed, the assistance and support from our the partners. We have 13 twin cities from around the world, and plenty of them have offered the support. Like Lublin, Poznań, Nuremberg, Trnava, and many more. It was not just words, but practical support, in-kind assistance, all the aid that they could give us. We got it, and they are continuing to do so. And to many residents of our city who were forced to flee the Ukraine, to flee the homes, they have given the shelter, the accommodation, and food. And this process is continuing just now. We have new friends now. In May this year, we signed a partnership agreement with the Polish city of Lublin. So this is about cooperation in recovery and rebuilding of Kharkiv after the war, rebuilding the public services in various areas in our city, as early as in July, Turkey, the US also joined to draft the plans for rebuilding the city. So I'm sure that together we'll succeed in delivering on these plans. Now we are working on developing a new general development plan for the city of Kharkiv under the lead of Norman Forst, a leading British architect. So the basis for the basic assumption of this plan is to rebuild Kharkiv city as the perfect, ideal city of the future, which would be comfortable and easy to live in. Our plan is to deliver on these objectives in a very short time. To do so, we need any assistance that you can give us. Let me just highlight, let me stress that our partners continue to work with our city. They are declaring that they'll be supporting also coming projects. The president of the European Bank in Ukraine has announced that all the projects that are in progress will be supported. This is the subway stations, trolleybus, bus lines, new trams, public transport, and also the projects on security and safety in this city. Kharkiv has got a lot of support from the foreign organizations like National Civil Protection Federation. One of the largest humanitarian aid providers to Kharkiv. It's a very specific, concrete the aid, food, the city, the cleanliness, machinery, and so on. We are working with UN agendas who provide electricity generators, the boiler, the equipment are helping us to prepare for the winter time. It will be a very difficult time for us in terms of the heating for the private homes, infrastructure, and all the public services that we need to provide to our residents. So it may seem that those willing to support Kharkiv are plenty. And let me say this: the aid is never too much. I mean, there's been so much of destruction in Kharkiv that the 1 million the population of the city was just. Just 66% of what we used to have before the war. Many of them need social care, social assistance, and as a city administration only or alone, we simply are incapable of delivering all this aid. That's why we are looking forward to efficient and swift cooperation with as many international partners as there can be. There's a long way for us to go, before we win. But on our part, we would like to grab all the opportunities, not to start rebuilding the city, restore the previous condition, but our plan, our ambitious plan, is to build a new and ideal, the perfect city, and we are doing this even under bombardment. So, I mean, the public transport is operating. The subway works quite okay. We have started the school year now. We are preparing for the winter time to secure all the utilities to the local population. And I hope very strongly that with the support of the world, will make Kharkiv a proud member of the European family, as it deserves to be. Thank you very much for your attention.
Pan mer powiedział jedną ważną rzecz.
There was a very important the message to the mayors of our cities. We won't be rebuilding, the schools in Kharkiv as they used to be. We'll build the city anew, according to a new concept design that would meet the needs of the population within, in a 50 years perspective. This is a very important aspect. But before we go to Mykolaiv,
Na froncie
which is, a frontline city,
i Oleksandr
we've got Oleksandr Senkevich.
Mikołajew to
Mykolaiv,
froncie.
again, is a frontline city. Only a 60-day period where you didn't have bombs falling down on your homes. What's the situation in Mykolaiv? And how can we help you?
Доброго дня, вітаю, шановне панство. Сьогодні Миколаїв
Hello and welcome, everyone. Today Mykolaiv is
224 днів війни. Тобто ця
it was only 34 days free of bombardments. So nearly every day, every night, we had bombs. The shelling, attacks, also using prohibited weapons, killing the civilians, killing people in the streets at the bus stops, or just going for the groceries. So I'm really glad that I'm here today with you, just and have the opportunity to talk about what's happening in the city now and about our plans for the future.
сьогодні дуже мілітарна.
So again, we are under continuous attack. We have been under continuous attack for long now, and what I keep telling everyone is that even if you have some experience of war, it's something different. It's something different than just watching the television, than watching the news. If you experience that yourself physically, it's really, really painful. And it has been really painful. The war has been really painful for all our residents, for all Ukrainians, since February 2020.
Як я і казав, 34 чи 2 чи 3 дні нас не бомбардували.
Over 224 days, we have been, an active armed effort. As I said before, only 34 days free of that experience. I won't be repeating what the mayor of Kharkiv city said. Mykolaiv is experiencing just the same. Our city is the smaller one, approximately 500,000 population before the war, and 200,000 people just now. And I've been encouraging our people to leave the city if only they can. Overnight, this night, another series of buildings have been destroyed. A girl was killed, and dozens of buildings completely destroyed, ruined to the ground, shaved to the ground. Residential areas, civilian facilities, not military objects by any means. So it's a random attacks that we are facing. A large part of our city infrastructure has been destroyed. More than 33%. We have lost 3 schools.
Загинуло 138 цивільних осіб.
Such are unfit for
Кожне життя безцінне.
reconstruction. We have lost, hundreds of civilian lives.
Хотів би
And I believe that had the residents not fled the city, this toll would be much high. I would like to thank all our Western European partners who have received and welcomed warmly those who fled Ukraine and who are helping just now to prepare for the winter time. The water supply is our major issue at this moment. In April, back in April this year, the Russian army destroyed the water supply lines from the Dnieper, the river. For a long time, we had to use cisterns or tanker trucks, to distribute water to our citizens for living purposes. Now we are water supply lines are being under construction. Part of the city is supplied now from the Bug River. Unfortunately, this is salt water. There have been dolphins in the river, which is the best proof that there's salty water there. So it's not directly potable. We need to treat it. We continue to extract underground water as well. And this is like Second World War. The pictures. People need to prepare the water very carefully before they can drink it. And again, the salty water you can use for hygienic purposes, but not for food. Another challenge comes with the winter time coming. The salty water cannot be supplied to the heating system, and there are a lot of partners, international organizations that support us in providing the options for desalination of the water that we have available now. Also, among our colleagues across Ukraine, there are problems because of the water supply, lack of utilities, disruption of utilities. Unfortunately, we have to close empty buildings, civilian buildings now. We need to isolate, close them, lock them off, not to lose the heat or heating the energy. We
найближчим часом прийдуть бригади.
Use various methods to do so. We have a lot of support from Zhytomyr, Ivano-Frankivsk and other cities. And the challenge and the workload ahead of us is very high. To ensure to secure the heating needs of our residents. It's almost every day that I give my thanks to all the forces, medics, firemen, public servants, rescue people, both civilians and military members. Our teachers continue the lessons mainly online. Approximately 10,000 pupils and students stayed in the city until this day. We continue our cooperation with the international partners, international organizations, and we are planning for the future reconstruction or rebuilding of the city. And yes, I would agree with Mayor of Kharkiv. It will be our challenge to build the city from scratch anew. We need to decide whether to follow the past designs or perhaps come up with something completely new. That is why I would like to thank once again all those who support us in our fight against the Russian aggressor, and I would like to thank all those who have contributed to this.
Коли клацаєш новини, то більшість з них є про Україну, про
From
війну.
Poland, from a number of countries.
Дехто трошки вже може
The major part of the news is about Ukraine, about what's going on in Ukraine, and there is this feeling of tiredness. But please keep in mind, Ukraine is fighting not only for its own independence and its own territory. Ukraine is fighting for European values and for the European future. Ukrainians are people who really want to live in a sustainable world with renewable, powered by renewable energy sources, clean environment. We are
цієї особи.
fighting against Russian peace or the Ruski Mir. That is,
Ми не бажаємо цього.
the power politics of Russia driven by imperial ambitions. I mean, this is something that we don't want to get.
Бажаю всім
Today we are defending the entire world against the Ruski Mir. I would like to wish you productive discussions, very fruitful meetings,
для майбутнього розвитку,
successful networking, just to generate positive outcomes for our cities, for our nations, for establishment of new foundations of future cooperation. Thank you very much.
Ви тільки що сказали про Івано-Франківськ. Заступник голови є
Thank you very much.
Пане
We
Руслане.
have just mentioned Ivano-Frankivsk, and here we
Dalej od
have
frontu. Oczywiście od
Deputy
czasu
Mayor
obiekt,
Ruslan. Ivano-Frankivsk
ale nie tak jak Mikołajów, czy nie tak blisko frontu jak Charków. Jaka jest rola takich samorządów jak Frankiwska w tej wojnie? Pan Aleksandr wspomniał o
Alexander has spoken about aid, for example, in installing new windows and many other problems. What's the most relevant? What's the most needed by municipalities like yours? Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here, and thank you for all the assistance we have received so far. We started our partnership cooperation in 2009, and I believe Lublin is the best of our partners in Poland, and also helping really a lot. Our city has been shelled 3 times since the beginning of the war. Mainly critical infrastructure was destroyed. One military was killed. And also our local military aircraft was damaged. Ivano-Frankivsk is a city that works as a hub for aid in other Ukrainian cities. We have a number of partners in Poland, among Polish cities. We have received really a lot of aid. And this aid we forwarded to the front. Our citizens worked in other Ukrainian cities in repairing roofs or installing new windows. And we also help other partner cities. We offer medical help. We provide foodstuffs. Ivano-Frankivsk is also very active in helping the military. We provide military equipment, clothes, and anything that they might need. We fully understand that our city should grow its business. People should pay taxes. People understand it. And this is the 8th month of war, and almost 40 companies came to us, fleeing different parts of Ukraine under threat of war. So they came here with their businesses. So, of course, the city keeps growing, not so fast, not so much as it might or as it used to be. We try to be a backup for our economy, for our people.
Зараз їх проживає в місті Івано-Франківськ.
We received almost 42,000 refugees from eastern Ukraine. About 40,000 are still there. We offer them some financial aid from the city budget.
Франківська прийняли
We have 2,000,
це автоматично.
about 2,000 families who accepted refugees.
Люди масово їхали.
At the beginning of the war, there was a huge chaos. People just fleeing South and East Europe, moving elsewhere in Ukraine or to Poland and elsewhere. Our citizens stayed on duty at bus and railway stations, providing food and clothes. It was completely new and very, very demanding. We understood what the Russian Empire wanted to make Ukraine or wanted to turn Ukraine into. But thanks to our military, their blitzkrieg failed. And also thanks to our partners who helped us also in the military dimension. But also, no less important, is food and medical assistance. So we are a hub, an aid hub for other Ukrainian cities, and we also thank for your help.
Pskowi, tak jak innym miastom z Ukrainy, zaproponowaliśmy możliwość przyjechania młodzieży.
Well, of course, we proposed your youth to come to Lublin, and indeed, we had 42 people, young people from Ivano-Frankivsk, children, the children who has lost the most because of the war.
Byli zmuszeni odwiedzić.
So we had children of the citizens of Ivano-Frankivsk, but also the children of other refugees. We have also Igor with us, another important partner of Lublin, which is Rivne, the city of Rivne.
Równe odgrywa kluczową
Again, Rivne is playing a key role
i we wsparciu.
in defending and supporting the Ukrainian military. What's the role of relocated people? People who came to your place.
Wyzwania.
Do they integrate? What are the challenges?
Mamy w Lublinie nowymi
The
mieszkańcami.
challenges with what we say in Lublin, new residents. So tell us about your new residents, because it doesn't matter whether they have been around for 4 days or 4 generations.
Дякую за запрошення, за можливість взяти слово. Дякую президенту.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for having me here. I want to thank Mayor Żuk,
Року буде 10 років угоді між
the mayor of Lublin. We have worked together for more than 10 years.
До слів, які сказали колеги, окрім того, що місто Рівне
Referring to what my pre-speakers said,
є містом для забезпечення
besides the fact that Rivne is also a hub securing supplies to the rest of Ukraine, we are also a transit city for aid coming in from the west into Ukraine. And also, we are a transit city for many refugees
які проїжджали повз місто,
trying to reach west.
де їх люблять
Some people decided to stay in Rivne, some continued their journey to Poland and further west.
допомоги в Україну, з якими
So for us, Lublin also worked as an aid hub.
організації
We established
відпрацю дуже
a special cooperation and introduced special facilities for NGOs, organizations that send aid.
кількість проєктів.
We are very, very grateful for that.
Ми маємо реалізовувати
We
допомоги мешканців.
have a couple of projects in the pipeline. For example, a project
Їхали
for Ukrainian citizens and Ukrainian cities. So people who moved to Rivne because of the war, this is roughly 20,000 people.
вони були і вже поїхали.
About 2,000
Якщо взяти, наприклад,
of them left the city.
від, скажімо так, загрози, адже
For example, they went to Ivano-Frankivsk, which is a bit further
постійно
Further away, Rivne is not far from Belarus, which still poses a threat.
входили і в культурній частині
Now, speaking about integration, we do
в межах міст.
focus on integration. We invite different actors. We organize social events, cultural events.
Стосується
And
ситуація, коли
I do agree with Mayor Zhuk that
на сьогодні ситуація
when the wave, the influx was the greatest, we had to hold on. And now the people who have come to our place and stay there, they need food, clothes, jobs, but they also need access to culture and education.
звісно,
They need to feel self-reliant
їм також
and independent. Those who want to stay, we are very well open to keep them and assist them.
міста Харкова не всі можуть повернутися.
But on the other hand, they should also be given a chance to return the moment they want it. As the mayor of Kharkiv said, they would like, most of them would like to go back, but they have nowhere to go back. We have 24 companies that have moved to Rivne from other parts of Ukraine. They also offer jobs. So this may be also part of the integration project. So as I said, people come, but they bring along their families, their businesses, different resources. So as much as we can work towards offering food, housing, and stuffs, we do it. We also are very grateful to the European Union and other countries for all the aid inflowing into Ukraine and our city.
Ми було
Again, the key challenge now is to enable access to schools, both to local citizens and the refugees. We have refurbished, renewed some shelter facilities at schools.
Potrzebuje schron. Schron z toaletą, schron z...
Yes, this is shelter. Shelter has strong ceilings, floors, toilets. Shelters are not only for people to go there when there is bombing, but also to have regular classes when it's not possible to have classes at school.
на тихий час спати, тобто своєрідні виклики.
Yes, when there is an alarm, a siren, children can go to shelters very quickly to hide from danger.
Але з інших
We
регіонів
have regular classes now being held at schools in the city. Also, children of refugees who came, they are admitted to schools. Now their parents have a chance to find job, to make some money.
якою працюємо,
That's the key thing that we are working on today.
відповідно ми розуміємо, що на сьогодні для Рівненщини
Offer new jobs
ринки,
because for Rivne
напевно, назавжди.
and of course other Ukrainian cities, the Russian market is no longer there. The Belarusian market is no longer accessible. That's why we have to redefine our targets, our business goals.
В основах як
But, well, I think this is a new opportunity to rebuild our economy, our business relationships, redefine new ways to do business, to make money. Thank you again for your help.
Online mamy już pierwsze pytania do naszych gości.
Well, we have some first questions that people ask our guests from Ukraine.
Pytanie jest
I will ask these later, but I have one on my own first. How to continue the decentralization reform in Ukraine? It was a very important reform. It's hard to imagine today's war if that reform hadn't started. So I will go back to this question
przenieść
when we go back to Ukraine, but now let's move to France.
jest François Richesse.
We have François Richesse, Civil Protection Civile, the head of the French Civil Defense Organization,
Lublinem
together with Lublin.
mógł przesłać setki
They worked to
ciągi z pomocą humanitarną.
send hundreds of trucks
François,
many trains with aid to Ukraine.
Johan,
Francois, over to you.
będziemy mieli tłumaczenie z francuskiego.
We will have interpreting from French.
Wszystkim bardzo dziękuję Państwu, że mnie Państwo
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me.
zaproszenie na kongres.
Pour revenir en quelques mots sur cette crise sans précédent,
Myślę, że jeśli mówimy o kryzysie,
Speaking about the current crisis,
myślę, że to przypomina drugą wojnę.
it reminds us perhaps of the Second World War. And this crisis
Jest to kryzys terytorialny, jest to konflikt.
it's of territorial nature. It's a military conflict that shows the heroic stance of the Ukrainian nation.
Ataki, które się powtarzają na
Recurrent attacks
i obrona.
on different facilities and infrastructure in Ukraine. It really affects everyone,
Do drugiej wojny światowej.
as it was during the Second World War. It's an attack against all our shared values.
Dlatego robimy wszystko.
That's why we do our best to help the Ukrainian nation in their current crisis.
Od razu się
That's why Protection Civile were involved right away, right from the start of the war.
pomóc nie tylko
We wanted to help not only Ukraine,
z Ukrainy,
but also its neighboring countries
pośrednikiem w tej pomocy.
who are intermediaries in all this aid effort. We are very happy that France has been able to send aid through our partners
Za pomocą partnerów
across Europe, particularly Ukrainian neighbors.
cywili jest pomagać obywatelom.
Our first mission, our main mission is to help citizens in a broad sense.
Pomaganie ofiarom,
Is to help victims of warfare, civilians.
tych paralel do drugiej wojny.
So again, if we can compare it to the Second World War,
Musimy myśleć o
we have to
gwałtowności ataków.
keep in mind how violent the attacks are,
Kraje, które
and that countries that
były
back in the Second World War, countries that were not occupied, helped those who fought
organizacja, która
the totalitarianism. And this mission continues, of course, today.
cywil, która
And
się przestawiła
our organization is very flexible. We were able to very quickly transform and channel our efforts to help Ukraine.
szacunek, jeśli chodzi o ich postawę,
And the stance of the Ukrainian people
jeśli chodzi o zarządzanie miastem i krajem.
is impressive. The way the country is defended and managed is very impressive. And we can see this. And that's why we are even more willing to help Ukraine in these extraordinary conditions. Perhaps
Genezy tego
going back to the beginning of our partnership with Lublin,
ale chciałbym też powiedzieć, że Protection Civile
the French civil defense,
mogła wysłać,
before we were able to ship
musiała
all aid to Ukraine, we had to contact Ukrainian partners, Polish partners, and to find an intermediary in this part of Europe.
Jest to na przykład tymi partnerami francuskimi jest organizacja merów francuskich,
So our local partner in France is the organization of mayors of French cities. This was the first organization that we approached to request aid
które zostały
to collect different stuff that we considered the most needed, thanks to some feedback information we got from the Ukrainian side.
każda gmina francuska czy region francuski.
So almost every French commune, municipality responded to our request, and Protection Civile was responsible for the whole logistics, for shipping the whole aid
Podziękować,
to Central Europe and further east. So I want to thank
bo bardzo
Mayor Żuk and the city of Lublin, because it's not very often that
reagują tak szybko,
French mayors respond so quickly,
ale tu w tej
but this time they were very responsive
bardzo
and very helpful.
merowie francuscy, jak i pan prezydent Lublina i w kilka
So
dni mogli
Mr. Mayor Żuk also was very eager to help. So within a couple of days, we were able to establish this network of cooperation and prepare our response to this humanitarian crisis.
w takiej mierze, w jakiej było dla nas możliwe.
And we did it to the best
Jest to
of our possibilities.
natychmiast
When there is a need to help immediately, right away, we respond. And Lublin was very, very helpful in this project.
ustanowić
So it took us virtually a couple of days to set up this aid network and make it work.
cały czas. Zresztą pozostajemy w kontakcie z zespołem lubelskim miasta Lublin.
Of course, we stay in touch with the Lublin team. We try to make the best of this cooperation,
Określić, zdefiniować potrzeby,
and we keep defining, identifying needs so that our response can be targeted,
że jest jakby odpowiedzieć na potrzeby,
because this is what matters in the first place. Respond to the real needs of Ukrainian cities, Ukrainian partners. This is how we started to work in March,
było tak jakby taki pomost między
and we were able to build a bridge between Lublin and Protection Civile,
z Rumunią.
but also with Romania.
Bardzo szybko zostały wysłanych
We have sent 300 pallets
rzeczy, które
of different
innymi
stuff,
środkami
hundreds of trucks, but also other means of transport, including train.
potrzeby. Co to było, że na przykład produkty medyczne i podkreślam, że jesteśmy w ciągłości działania.
So we are really working on a continuous basis. It wasn't just a one-off event or project.
Pomocy
This assistance has not finished. Thanks to Mayor of Paris, we have also collected
na przykład zarządzania odpadami,
some assets related to waste management, for example, because we also want to
chodzi o
plan in the long term. That's why we also consider waste management and water treatment. This is the kind of aid we are considering now.
organizuje tę pomoc, jeśli
So the French government
systemy grzewcze.
helps, for example, by providing heating systems.
Chciałbym jeszcze raz podziękować
So let me thank again, thank Lublin
że za przyjęcie nas, za pomoc
for accepting
naszego dnia.
our help, for establishing cooperation, for building bridges.
Otrzymaliśmy od Państwa medal Lublin bohaterów.
We were awarded with your special medal, the Medal for Heroes. Thank you very much for that. Together, we can help the Ukrainian nation the best we can. And you can really count on us.
Pomagać.
We will continue helping.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Merci beaucoup, bardzo dziękuję. Są z nami...
Thank you very much. we have people from Protection Civil who've been working with us. Thank you so much. We couldn't be here, Mr. President, but again, thank you for all your support over this difficult time. Anna Perona came to us from Norway. You are a representative of the European Wergeland Center, and the country traditionally has received multitudes of the refugees. We have the joint project with the Wergeland Center, the education. What's the role of formal and informal education for us to be able to cope in such crisis situations that like we are in just now, a war at our closest neighbors?
Thank you, Krzysztof. Yeah, I do believe that we are also fighting for our democracies in our schools and in our classrooms. And when hearing to you, the mayors, you are in the middle of the most difficult times, and all of you spoke about rebuilding educations, rebuilding our schools. The future of Ukraine is in the hands of the new generations. As Ursula von der Leyen said a couple of weeks ago, the future of schools of Ukraine starts in its schools. I fully agree. So it's really encouraging to see, and for donors from Western countries to see that we need to think about supporting Ukraine as much as we can, humanitarian, but also development. And development needs to start rethinking right now. Not just rebuilding how it goes, as you said, but building even better. And we do believe that education is the key. It's one of the most important keys to build, protect, and defend our democracies. And how do we do that? You just said it, and I think it's in the title of this conference. First is cooperation. We need to bring together all the actors in the education system, the mayors, the cities, the national authorities, the universities preparing future teachers, us from civil society working with schools and with education. So this is a common task. Second, and I think you are doing a very good job here in Lublin, you need to provide young people with meaningful opportunities to live and experience and practice democracy. We know by research that when young people from early age are given the opportunity to participate, they will most likely participate later when they are adults, as citizens. So we need to develop their knowledge, their self-confidence in their own ability to participate in public life, but also their trust to the system that will allow them to make changes. So this is absolutely essential. So a smart city for me is a city that really takes young people into consideration. Lublin is a smart city. Last but not least, and I would like to refer to, of course, Ukraine. You have been doing an enormous job since Maidan, reforming your educational system, putting democracy as one of the core pillars of every single aspect of a school life, from primary schools and onwards. And my center, the European Wergeland Center, we have been working with the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine ever since in one project called Schools for Democracy. We have been working all over Ukraine with hundreds of schools in our network, trying to make the schools more democratic and understanding of the core principles that we are fighting for right now. When the war started, I started listening to the stories coming from, I'd say, our schools. They are also in your cities as well. When I understood that, I said, we need to document this for the future. Because what we really were experiencing is how this democracy was put in practice in the most difficult times, in the middle of the war. What we saw is that schools, they were transforming themselves from centers of learning to centers of civic resistance, of democratic resilience. They were organizing themselves, the whole school, with the students, with the parents, with the local authorities. The centralization, of course, has a part in that as well. And they were providing shelters, not just for the kids, they were for the whole community. They were organizing activities from the displaced children. They were doing inclusion activities to make them feel more welcome. Teachers were taking all kinds of roles. They were volunteering, they were engaging. And that was absolutely amazing to see. And all of these stories we are collecting, we are going to publish with the Council of Europe, because Europe needs to see and needs to understand. Then we also did group interviews with young children, 14-year-olds, and we asked them, what is the most important for you now? And you know what they said? The core values. These values we were learning in schools, they became so tangible. We could even touch it. It's, you know, we are at risk of losing it. So this is the most important things in our lives. And freedom to decide the destiny for yourself and for your country was at the top. Second, most important thing, critical thinking. We are talking 14 years old that telling us we need to understand how to manage information. What is this information? How is it being manipulated? We need to ask questions. We need to engage, maybe because they were seeing what was going on the other side of the border, where this is definitely not a value. The third most important thing will warm your heart: solidarity and empathy. This is exactly what we need to do and develop more and more of these cooperation skills. How we need to learn to work together to really respond to all the challenges we are having. So when your schools were put to a test, they really got the highest marks. And this is also for me a message to governments now that are going to face very tough decisions, and they would need to prioritize. Education needs to be at the top of your agenda, because it's effective, it works, and it is about our democracies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I remember the moment when Wergeland Center was established, and we're thinking in Council Europe, what will be the role? Yeah, this is the role of such institution. Thank you for your presence. And majority of us know that in Lublin we employed 50 Ukrainian teachers in March. Now we have more than 80, understanding that their presence in our school is something crucial, and they became part of the teachers community, school community, working with parents, teachers, and students. Thank you again. Let's move to Hungary. Debrecen is a partner city of Lublin. What cities like Debrecen can do for the refugees? What's the role in the country where it's not obvious that this is the first choice to assist Ukraine in the war?
Thank you.
Istvan.
Mr. Mayor, dear colleagues, dear friends, I think that for all of us, there will be a lifelong memory, that shock that we had after the first news in those terrible days of February. But I think that there will be another lifelong memory for all of us, even for us in Hungary, which is the first and immediate moving to help. Even we in Hungary, just after the first news, moved together, like private persons, NGOs, public institutions, municipalities, we moved together to help in different ways. The first movement was to run to the border. Hungary has got a small but important border with Ukraine. So really, after a few hours, I remember there were like thousands of Hungarians to help in really different ways. Everybody made all of their best, and with all the capacities that they moved to help. But right after, even in the country, we moved together to organize our activities to help the refugees. Probably you know, but Debrecen is the first important international city after the border. So we've got international airport, for example. And so our first reaction was to to move. In Debrecen, as I heard, even as in Lublin, we've got a social aid, a charity committee, which was set up years ago to help the local citizens. During the pandemic, this activity was built in a really detailed system and structure. So thanks to this committee, we had immediately the organization which was dedicated to help and to organize the different kind of actions. So NGOs, private persons, enterprises, and the municipality and the churches, which has a really important role in our actions. We are moved together through this committee to organize the most effective and the most useful actions of help. And we had 3 lines in which we moved. Obviously, the first line was to help the refugees arriving in Debrecen. Refugees, we had 3 different kind of refugees. We are in a particular situation in Debrecen, in Hungary, because we've got a Hungarian community in the Sub-Carpathian area. So really the first persons arrived from there. You know, the first shock, the first trauma of the war pushed them in a safe area as Hungary. But they have, really often they have living connections with Hungary because of familiar relationships and so on. The second community was the Ukrainian community. The second wave, let me say, arrived from the deeper areas of Ukraine, mostly from the war zones. And we had in the first days the third community that I think that we have to remember if we are talking about these actions. The citizens of other countries, other communities. Debrecen, through his airport, helped thousands of foreigners, mostly students, to reach their own countries with a simplified way, without visa and so on, like students from Asia, from South America, from Israel, traveled back home via Debrecen. It was a really important and really complicated logistical project, but we managed it. And the third the second kind of action was a collaboration with other countries in Europe, like with Germany, with Italy. We've got a partner city in Germany, Paderborn, who gave us immediate helps just right in the first days, and we are still collaborate together. But even with different kinds of NGOs, we helped NGOs to reach the most effective points of help in the border and inside Hungary. And the third kind of action was obviously to help in Ukraine. Not just immigrants, not just refugees in Hungary, but to help Ukraine. We, as municipality, was thinking how we can help most effectively. And thanks to our really long historical relationships with the Sub-Carpathian area, with the Sub-Carpathian municipalities, we started to collaborate with them. So we thought that we have to help them to help the refugees from Ukraine who are settled in the Sub-Carpathian area. And we are collaborating since from the first days of the war, and it's still active even now with the churches. I have to say that the Greek Catholic Church and the Protestant Church is really active through his NGOs, through their NGOs to help in Ukraine. So we have decided to give them, to them all of our bests and helps to to help their work in the field when they have to operate. We made different kind of actions. For example, let me emphasize one of big collaborations in the community of Debrecen, which was a concert for the victims and for the peace and to help. And this concert was linked with a fundraising campaign where we collected 100,000 euros, which was distributed between NGOs to help in Ukraine. But we had an important collaboration even with the BMW, which is building a new plant in Debrecen, and we are collaborating with the BMW. They are giving important contributions to our municipality to help the charity community, and via the charity community to help the NGOs. So mostly these are the most important strategies and ways. Obviously, there are a lot of small actions, a lot of small projects, but I think that you do much more important works. So.
Thank you so much. On the next panel we will talk about Lublin experience. Mam kilka pytań do naszych gości. Pierwsze do gości z Ukrainy.
A couple of questions to the guests. The first one goes to our Ukrainian partners.
Ukraińskich decentralizacyjnych reform. Тому що ми розуміємо,
what's the outlook or what's the plan for the future decentralization reform in Ukraine? We know that pre-war, there was a very important the project. During the war, of course, the role of municipalities has grown, but the depth of the decentralization now is, of course, much shallower. So, what the future should be?
Solidarity, the spirit of assistance. Half a year later, that means it became quite. Tomorrow. So what we should do to ensure that we will not end this this important assistance, as Mayor of Mykolaiv mentioned. 2 sentences to each of us who would like to start. Pane Igore? Kto? Decentralizacyjna reforma.
All right, the decentralization reform, this will be the first one.
Дуже добре.
Добре, що стосується децентралізації, ми можемо бачити насправді, це була справді успішна реформа, і з нашої точки зору, з моєї точки зору, саме завдяки децентралізації ми змогли...
All right, this decentralization process, again, was a key reform in our country. With that, we are able to very quickly assess the key challenges. Municipalities, local administrations, before decentralization, were unable to pursue any local projects at the level that we have today. In my opinion, this process should continue in a very European spirit, and as of today, we need to be aware. There are questions that we must ask ourselves, and these questions, should be whether these questions should be answered at the central or local level. So this is today that we are settling this process. The current situation requires, for us to delimit the spheres of competence, but again, it was through the decentralization that we have managed, or that we have coped over this difficult time. Sure. So, is it the time now to think about the future of this reform, or perhaps it's too early now? All right. So first. Thank you, Krzysztof, for this the question. Quite recently, we have attended a forum of local governments in the Ukraine. So let me repeat myself. Today that we are having the war and we are physically, we don't have physical control over certain territories that suffered most from the Russian aggression today. We need to be documenting our plans, our projects, our future initiatives, including the decentralization, the process. The democracy has a beginning but has no end, someone said. So this is about this decentralization in Ukraine as well. For instance, economic decentralization, that's what we need in Ukraine today. What we need is to shift or to reform the tax system so that the local governments can use the inflows for local purposes, so that we are able to attract foreign capital, to ensure foreign direct investments in Ukraine. Today, Ukraine is a prospective place. People will be returning to Ukraine very soon. So please don't look at Ukraine as a country that will need money. Once and again, Ukraine is going to be a country attractive to potential investors, and it will be a country that will radiate the European the values in the region. Please don't look at us as a manufacturer or a producer only. We are a sales market as well. We are a large country. We can be a consumer, a manufacturer of the European goods, for instance. That's why we need to think that European investors who have left Russia could enter Ukraine, but for this to happen, we need certain instruments, and we need to develop them. Please let me remind you that Ukrainians who fled to Europe differ somewhat from the immigrants from Africa, for instance. Ukrainians actually want to get back to their homes. They want to get jobs there. They want to rebuild their homes. Well, today, it is Ukrainian army, Ukrainians who fight for the future of Europe. With your assistance, we'll develop these instruments to help Ukraine, build its future successfully. Thank you very much. Any more comments there? I think that in these difficult times, the local governments, have actually grown, have developed. All the local taxes that we received were spent on the needs of the residents. Of course, there's no way Ukraine can decide on return to centralized the system. We keep working on that. Of course, now it's the wartime. So it's mainly the defense, the structures that we are focusing on, but the future is also important. Again, I would like to thank all our partners and remind you that the challenges will be to create jobs in the future, to attract the enterprises, businesses to come to Ukraine. In Ivano-Frankivsk, we'll have a lot of joint projects with foreign partners. That's why we are aware how important it is to provide attractive conditions for potential investors, who come to Ukraine.
Anna, Istvan?
Well, I have to say that we also are doing a lot of things in Ukraine, working with the schools, with teachers, with the ministries, and so on. What we are also doing is working in Norway. Norway is a major donor for international cooperation. And what we are actually doing there, and my agenda is full of meetings with politicians and others, is really to raise awareness of the specific situation of Ukraine, as it was really mentioned. So, of course, we understand that Ukraine needs a lot of support, and the Norwegian society is very, very positive towards that. And a lot of it will go through weapon and budget support to the central budget. But what we are really talking to authorities is the need to support the local democracy, the gains of the local democracies made in Ukraine through the decentralization reform. So diversifying support and really supporting all the different regions of Ukraine. So that's what we are trying to bring to the table, because the situation is different than in other places they are used to work with. And this is what we are trying to do.
Thank you. István?
Thank you. We are talking now about economy, about infrastructure, about concrete, about even education. But as Vice Mayor for the culture, let me add another issue, which is the culture, because I think that as important the education, even the culture is really important to settle and to share common values. And to involve Ukraine in the network of the European community. Even the culture is a very important field and activity. Just let me mention that yesterday here in the gallery of Labyrinth, I met two young Ukrainian curators from Kiev. We had a really nice discussion. Probably not just a discussion. We try to go on even together. And let me say that even in these days in Debrecen, we are organizing an exhibition to Ukrainian artists settled in Hungary, living in Hungary now. So just a few small examples, but I think that the culture is a really effective way and network to build together this our new future. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Będziemy się zbliżać do końca.
Thank you very much. We are about to close this panel discussion. We have a dream as the organizers of this Congress. Today, there are people absent from this Congress. Lugansk,
Kogo nie ma? Naszych przyjaciół.
our friends from the Crimea.
Wierzymy.
And we believe strongly that within a year, we can meet the mayors that will be able to leave Ukraine. Now, let's remember that mayors cannot leave the country at wartime. And we hope that we'll have friends from across Ukraine. Thank you very much for your thoughts, for your reflection, for the wise words that we have heard. Within a moment, we'll be discussing the initiatives established and launched just within a couple of hours of the outbreak of the war. Today we had with us Ihor Terechov from Kharkiv, Ihor Kherkevich from Mykolaiv, Ruslan Gaida from Ivano-Frankivsk, Ihor Krechevich from Rivne, Anna Perona, François Riches, and Istvan Puskas from our partnership city of Debrecen. Thank you very much for your contribution, and now let's have a 15-minute break. Again, thank you very much.
Kongres Transgranicznej Lublin 2022. Bezpieczeństwo i solidarność. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli, spotkań i debat liderów samorządowych, organizacji pozarządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów. Giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, koncerty i spektakle. Na żywo i online. Lublin, 5-7 października 2022. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Jest tylko jedno takie miasto jak Lublin, jest tylko jeden lubelski społeczny komitet.
There is only one place
Serdecznie
like Lublin with its social committee for aiding Ukraine. And we'll talk about this today. Over to you, Piotr.
W którym będziemy rozmawiali o
Well, hello everyone. This is the panel devoted to cooperation of NGOs and local authorities in the face of the war in Ukraine.
które ta
And
wojna
any
wywołała
changes that
w
the
naszym
war
państwie, w naszym mieście.
entailed and caused to our city and our community.
Z którymi będę miał
Before I introduce my speakers,
krótka refleksja, że
let me share
dla mnie
a short reflection.
wrażenie, że
It's not easy for me
w Lublinie
because
w składzie
I
też
think
wielokrotnie
we
rozmawiali,
have spoken a lot in Lublin
poszukać takiego klucza, który
in this very team composition.
komitet i zaraz
And I was trying to find a key to tell you, to show you what the committee is.
przedstawią i jednocześnie nie uciekać w pewne klisze i
And at the same time, we would like to avoid certain
różnych spotkaniach. Chciałbym
cliches or
współpracy
copies
i w takim kontekście
of ideas or facts that
ale
were raised before. I think
lutego, tylko sięgając trochę głębiej,
perhaps we wouldn't go back to the 24th of February, but even further in the past,
pracą
to have a look at the history of cooperation and integration of migrants in our
w
city.
kontekście osobistym
And also, I believe we will not avoid a more personal context. And perhaps we would like to also hear a personal
panelu.
experience
Dzisiaj rozmawiali
or personal stories from some people also invited to this panel. So today our speakers
naprawdę z moich
are alphabetically
współpracowników
my friends, I can say,
z Anną Dąbrowską, prezeską
Anna
Stowarzyszenia
Dąbrowska, the head of
osobą,
the
którą
Home of Faber Association.
już niestety kilkadziesiąt lat, trzeba powiedzieć.
Perhaps we've been friends for, I believe, up to 30
W
years.
naszym mieście zajmuje się kwestiami
For years,
praw człowieka.
she has been working for and with human rights in the broad sense.
Przyjemność pracować na co dzień w Urzędzie Miasta Lublin.
And
partycypacji.
my friend Ania Szatkowska, that I've been working
pracy
with
w Urzędzie Miasta.
for a really long time in Lublin municipality. Ania joined our municipality to work with integration of foreigners.
Albo że on
We
był
never spoke about refugees back then,
marginalnym,
or it was really a marginal subject in our daily work, but
naszą strukturę.
Anna, if you
jest osobą, która
look at the structure of the municipal office,
wieloletniej
right from the beginning of her work at the office, she has been working on this subject, exploring the subject and translating it into our daily office practice.
jeszcze poznać się, jak pracował
Tomasz Sieniow, whom I met when I worked for NGOs in Lublin, he's
elementem w Lublinie całej tematyki migranckiej,
he's
cudzoziemskiej.
a lawyer specializing in migration
Organizacja
and foreign affairs, and his organization is a very strong reference point for refugee matters in general. And I think
cudzoziemców przyjeżdżających
they have done and still do a lot for refugees coming to our cities.
Mam przyjemność znać najkrócej z tego
And we also have Rostislav, the person I know the least in this team.
w kontekście naszego dzisiejszego panelu
But
i
his
tematu.
presence is very relevant and very precious.
Z kim?
Rostislav Sichowski,
Komitet.
a student of the Lublin University of Technology. Rostislav
Która jest
is really
lublinianinem.
Someone who brings this committee together, stick together. He did not come to Lublin after the 24th of February. He came much earlier.
Będę chciał, aby przedstawił swoją
And
perspektywę
he'll share his own experience, his own perspective on how our committee works and on the whole project and activities that we launched in the city to help integrate Ukrainian refugees with the Polish community. And now moving on to our discussion and questions.
Nie będę wyznaczał osób.
I will not point at you who is supposed to speak first.
Przynajmniej pierwsze 3 czy 2 pytania.
I think the first 2 or 3 questions I have for you can be possibly handled by any of you. But I'd like to hear your personal
o komitecie
experience first.
W sensie historycznym.
The personal experience about this committee, also in the historic sense.
Co takiego
się wydarzyło? Words about the background
tego
of this organization. What happened that on the 24th of February you came together to form this committee? What had led you there? So I'm interested in your own personal perspective, but also I'd like to hear a viewpoint of your organizations. So what had allowed you to join this effort in February to find your way in this committee and co-create this initiative?
Dzień dobry Państwu. 24
Good morning. On the 24th of February at 3:30 a.m. I jumped onto a train to Berlin, hoping for a short break after spending some time on the Polish-Belarusian border, helping refugees from Congo, Syria, Iraq, people who tried to reach Western Europe through the Polish-Belarusian border. I remember that train was completely empty, dimly lit. There was me and my husband. We had a relatively large compartment, and 3 girls from Ukraine were there. And around 4 a.m., I was kind of dropping off. It was really an early hour. I started to hear someone reading out the names of Ukrainian cities on the media, and I thought to myself, well, it has started. We changed at Warsaw for a train back to Lublin, and we started to call a number of people in Lublin and ask what do we do. So in the morning we came to Krzysztof Stanowski's office.
Tam przyszła Ania Szatkowska
and there was Ania Szatkowska.
Taki byt, który
and this is when we established this organization that we called Lublin Social Committee of Aiding Ukraine. So
z jednej strony są pewnie te wszystkie
why I got there? I think it was many years of work for human rights, building networks of contacts with many different people across the city, people who share similar values, who have a similar way of thinking about human rights, and also I had accumulated experience of developing grassroots movement for helping refugees at the Polish-Belarusian border. And that system that we built with other Polish organizations that we called the Border Group, it was the key experience for me and the key source of knowledge for me to be able to help later on in the committee in Lublin to design the whole system of humanitarian aid for men and women fleeing Ukraine.
Dziękuję. Czy Anna?
Thank you.
To w takim razie tak.
Anna, would you join? Yes, so, before we go to our male speakers,
Co nam
I think that
pozwoliło się spotkać tego
what allowed us
to jest,
to
że
join together, to gather together, the 24th of February, is that we had previous track record of cooperation. It wasn't the first time that we met. We knew each other.
wzajemnie stać.
We knew the potential of each other. We had been working for years before. And I joined the City Hall just to deal with kind of migrant-related issues. And over the 7 or 8 years of my work, part of my job was to meet and communicate with NGOs, Polish realities.
Standard, jeżeli chodzi o działania.
Mean that it's NGOs that set the standards in this area. So personally, as you asked about my personal attitudes or personal views, in the very morning, 24th of February, when we woke up, we were shocked, panicked. We couldn't believe what was happening.
Mogliśmy się spotkać w tym
So to me, the very possibility
najzwyczajniej w świecie.
for us to meet together gave me the sense of security or personal safety even. I'm strongly convinced that everyone in our structure, in our organization, if we were faced
I poziom
with the challenges, on our own, alone, then the level of fear
byłby gigantyczny.
and procrastination, in face of the challenges would be overwhelming. But then we had 3 organizations plus the city council, plus private persons joining, step by step. That was the sum of the potentials that gave us strength to operate, to build the whole system, the whole network very quickly.
Ja się zgodzę tutaj z moimi poprzedniczkami, że
I agree with the previous speakers. I mean, the cooperation itself was had been established much earlier, either within the city initiatives or non-governmental initiatives over the last years in the civil dialogue organization established by Mayor Żuk. So we knew each other. I mean, we didn't have to introduce one another to ourselves, and every one of us just felt the need to take action. So we asked ourselves, what to do. And I'm head of an NGO that deals with legal assistance, recently mainly to the refugees. So it's the Institute for the Rule of Law. And over that time, near half of my team was composed of Ukrainians and Belarusians. So I was thinking, we had been helping, supporting the refugees for a long time before, so we knew what we were doing. And at the meeting that Anya Dąbrowska invited us to, we had a 4-person representation. So dozens of people attended, at the Center of Culture. So people just kept flowing, spreading the message around, and everyone who wanted to do something just came. So that was our case as well. So we joined the system of collaboration based on trust that had been established before in the city, based on some kind of different mechanics that Homo Faber and the Border Group had provided, and we simply, felt very comfortable in, kind of maneuvering them around. We didn't have to organize, humanitarian aid at the border ourselves. Although every one of us, took some action in this regard, but it's not that everyone should do everything. The point is to focus on, on the field of our expertise, and that's how, we build kind of structure, if I may say so, in our organization, and it has proved very effective from my point of view.
Ja opowiem ze swojej strony taką sytuację.
From my perspective, let me just tell you a story of the volunteers here. At night, I was at work at 4:50. I saw the news that it had started, and after that news, we simply stopped our work. We contacted our parents. The friends, I had a lot of friends with relatives, staying there in the war zones, being under attack. So, we simply, used our phones. There was chaos everywhere there. So I simply didn't sleep at all back then. But at 7 p.m., there was a gathering of Ukrainians planned at the city hall. So I decided to go there. Just when I look at the pictures of that event, I recognize faces. I recognize most of the faces. I know most of the people, but back then I didn't know anyone there. There's Anton Blažejev, a boy dealing with the volunteer initiatives at my university. So I contacted him and asked him, how could I help? I mean, what could I do? And Anton, had received information from Piotr Skrzypczak about the hotline that was going to be established. And the next day we actually, I joined that project for the hotline. I had never worked before, as a hotline operator. But starting, step by step, from the initial chaos, then we managed to streamline the operation. It was successful. Thank you. Thank you for that. Indeed, it's a mix of experience, of long-term work in
integracji migrantów, uchodźców.
As regards integration of the migrants, refugees, it's a mix of experience, of emotions, but also the structures that had been built over years in Lublin to deal with migration-related matters. And perhaps that was unintended, but also it's a mix of the experiences that had been triggered, by the situation on the Polish-Belarusian border. So the second question I would like to ask you now is,
mówiąc o komitecie,
when we talk about the committee,
i dlaczego nam się
we talk about our successes and how we could get there. But this is something that was a grassroots initiative that was established very quickly, rapidly, I may say, and something that actually united emotionally a lot of people. But, we have been a couple of months in the operation of this structure. It's an informal structure. Those people keep working together, and after those months of collaboration, there is it's a seizure. It's time now, as at today's meeting, on the one hand, to talk about the committee, to
gwarantują, czy też mogą przyczynić się do
tego typu pass the message that may contribute to the successes of such initiatives, but on the other hand, to look for some room for improvement.
Okazały się być może
Things that could be done better.
Pracy tutaj
About ways that turned out to be dead ends. Things that could be done better in Lublin, or perhaps things that are issues in the operation of the committee itself. So my second question is that
taką perspektywę
do you have any suggestions,
ostatnich miesięcy,
learning lessons from the last months? What could you do differently? Is there anything that when you look back you would have done or you should have done differently? Any decision that turned out to be a dead end? I mean, you need to retreat and take a step back and repeat your effort in another way. So let me begin now. Originally, I thought that it was impossible to work together without having some established rules. As lawyers, we are into regulating things with contracts, agreements, statutes, registration at courts, and so on. So. I didn't have any say in that, but as my colleagues said, such committee, didn't take, the shared budget or a legal personality to be established for us to act together. So I feared we would fail, but the trust was what counted really, and we had been successful. And I think it's important that every organization in the committee has its own autonomy, has its own field of expertise, but also coordinates the initiatives within our network, within our regular or ad hoc meetings. So I fear that something some things could go wrong, but they didn't actually. So that's one thing. But what I see as a challenge, as a thing that complicates our work, is that, well, we used to be kind of middle-sized NGO with a dozen of workers and several dozens of volunteers before the war. So it was kind of business as usual or routine operation that we used to have, and we had never had a situation where it wasn't us who asked or applied for grants, but we had applications filed with our organization, from the people. So we thought that was the best situation, the best circumstance for us to go forward, a kind of one pager to kick off an initiative to get funding to start working together. Now I see that it took a lot of effort and red tape, with signing agreements with the donors and so on. So what's important was perhaps the room for improvement is that there is an agreement or shared effort across donors so that they can offer a single package of aid, and just to avoid a situation that a committee like ours needs to sign 5 contracts, 5 agreements with 5 different organizations with different rules of the account settlement and so on. So the first couple of months, there was no funding available at all. And coordination of all these fundraising efforts was a burden. And if we are to work with kind of large large donors just to organize the channeling, the funneling of aid to refugees. It's a lot of burden for us to go through. Mind you, the very public procurement rules. These things are very difficult to go through, and perhaps a room for improvement for the future is that the donor organization could join the forces, establish a single point of contact, the bureau, without complicating our own efforts. That would be appreciated. That would be valuable. I know that just after the outbreak of the war, it was simply impossible because these donor organizations didn't have any presence here. But this is perhaps something to food for thought for the future. So let me continue the subject. The growth itself is a challenge, and this challenge is shared by our sister and brother organizations across Poland. Just before the war, Homofaber employed 5 people. Now it's nearly 80 people on employment contracts and more than 150 people in volunteer agreements. It's a gigantic the leap forward, and we had to manage all the growth without any help from outside. None of the large organization offered any managerial expertise or any guidance, step by step through the process. So a lot of effort that is just behind us. But mind you, I believe it has been the best time ever. People gave everything they had. Did the utmost to contribute. So we have succeeded in anything that was simply possible, feasible at that time. With all our efforts, from the multicultural team next to Poles and Ukraine, we had Ukrainians, Belarusians, people from across Europe and across the globe, actually. So this is the other side of this growth experience. The organization has been changing, not only in terms of employees or people working on ever new tasks. It's about the image, the intercultural, multicultural face of the organization like Homofaber is. So, I started, wondering whether we are still kind of support organization, or perhaps a refugee organization, because someone has accused us of being one. What we should do, and what I heard when working on the Polish-Belarusian border, we should work on the Polish humanitarian standards. And I believe that after the 24th of February, it would be easier for us to organize the support point training for the volunteers if we had such standards in place. And as to organization itself, what I actually missed is that the large experienced organizations didn't contact us earlier, didn't learn about us earlier. There were no formal obstacles for all of us to network back then. For these large organizations, to give us some guidance, if only on the fuck-ups that they had experienced themselves, so that we could avoid them. So now I wonder, that people were surprised or caught by surprise on the 24th of February. It was an obvious thing that Putin would invade Ukraine. The question was when. So the kind of preparation was due before, and I didn't have any source of guidance or didn't have any any source of knowledge to get myself prepared for what happened on 24th of February. One more thing which is personally important to me. We have some signals from the team that well, some feel ashamed of staying in Poland still instead of being in Ukraine. This is something that we've been struggling with from the very beginning. I'm looking at Anna because she's been involved in the mental or psychological support to volunteers. I mean, people working directly with refugees. This is something that we should focus on, that we should talk more about. That is, how to provide psychological support, mental support to Ukrainian volunteers, both in Poland and in Ukraine, for the benefit, for the support of their compatriots, and how to convince them that humanitarian work, humanitarian effort is as important as any other way of supporting Ukraine at this time. That's extremely important work. Also, when we think about the future of Ukraine as a country. And last but not least, we strongly believe in the committee that the young people who had joined us just out of heartfelt solidarity, the sense of responsibility. Those who are from Belarus and cannot return to Belarus, and Ukrainians as well. We strongly believe that this is precisely the future of those countries, that we are working now with the future elites of Belarus and Ukraine. And I would like that we all, I would care that we share this conviction that Rostislav may be president of Ukraine. So we should give him all the growth opportunities while thinking about the support to Ukraine. Now we are supporting the future elites of the Ukrainian nation.
To teraz ja. Ja też nie umiem powiedzieć, co takiego my zrobili źle.
I simply, can't find anything that we have done wrong together. Although I've been thinking about this, perhaps this is because of the, inside-out perspective that I have working in the committee. But perhaps it's the best time to reflect on those. Given, our emotions back then, perhaps we did our best. But what, personally, what I would have done differently is one thing that I have reflected on after the 7 months. Now we know and can do more than we originally thought. So in the very beginning, when I took responsibility for the psychological support, I thought that we needed a lot of external support, that we needed expertise from large organizations from across from around the world. Now I know that it's not indispensable with. I mean, we could do it on our own. What I know today is that there's no copy-paste format for psychological support that we can get from the external stakeholders. And perhaps I think that with our expertise that we have got from the time, perhaps we can give the guidance, to those in need in the future. No one has taught us how to involve others, how to involve volunteers in the aid projects. We know now that we can be an organization with diagnostic capabilities. I mean, able to to identify specific needs and problems, and help organizations and people out without involving any other resources. I hope that this is clear. Now, Rostislav, anything from your point of view that you would have done differently? Personally, I simply don't remember well, all the things that we have done. I joined as a volunteer, and in the hotline, there's a lot of work. Let me speak about successes instead. So first of all, the communication, across the team, that came with in a very short time. We got reliable information from the city council, from different organizations, from different stakeholders. Of course, in the very beginning, the information kept changing, minute by minute, but then it was streamlined. So communication is key. We exchanged views on the ongoing basis. That was really good.
Na zegarek widzę, że jesteśmy mniej więcej dzisiejszego
We're in the middle of our discussion now, and I still have questions.
Być może to jest ten moment,
so perhaps this is the
dać państwu możliwość
moment for me to give the mic to
panelistkom i
to the audience. Perhaps you have some questions or comments, either people here in the room or attending the online channel. Again, any questions or comments, please?
Okej. O, jest pytanie.
Yes, there's a question.
Podajemy mikrofon i...
Dzień dobry. Nazywam
Hello.
z Ukrainy.
I'm Natalia Vinchenko. I'm a professor at a university, and I live in Lublin. Sumy is a city just 35 kilometers from the Polish-Ukrainian border. I know a lot about the refugee situation in the city, in Poland. I'm a refugee myself. But I would like a question. Do you have any surveys about
Можна узупевнити вже ситуацію, наприклад, или фаховців там фінансових, или
giving the experts, the teachers, financial professionals. How many of these people, by job categories, are staying in Lublin now, and how they can be supported? Anyone?
Nie wiem, czy mamy wiedzę na temat.
I don't know if we have the surveys by professional groups. I know a survey by the National Bank of Poland. The first one was from the April-May this year, and now this is being repeated for the migrants that came to Poland after February this year. We know some details, some specifics of this group of refugees. Now, you need to remember that the situation is very dynamic. I mean, those people who came in March or April partly returned to Ukraine or partly moved further to Western Europe to get help, with different resources they needed. So it's quite hard for us to pinpoint, the current situation and to identify, the specific professional groups, staying in Lublin or in Poland, or groups that could support our economy or our society. I just remember, a couple of years ago, we had some survey data on social contribution payments from foreigners staying in Poland. So it was 500,000 people. Out of 10 million the taxpayers or social contribution payers. So every 40th person is supporting our social security system. So the war in Ukraine now, despite, perhaps it's a burden on our national budget as well. At the same time, it's a great benefit, it's a great opportunity, it's a great hope that with the work of these refugee communities, our country can develop and can function quite well going forward. And as to the reception capabilities of Poland, we had a meeting with an international organization supporting the refugees just before the outbreak of the war, International Rescue Committee, and they analyzed our capabilities for the reception of refugees. Myself, I didn't believe the war would happen. As a man working over 20 years in refugee matters, I would say it's 35,000 places in our refugee centers. But I didn't know that Poles would receive Ukrainians at their homes. Poland, as the state, wasn't ready and is not ready now, doesn't have any idea how to accommodate large groups of refugees. If another wave of several dozens, thousands of people come to us in the winter time, not only because of the warfare, but also because of the shortage of energy, cost of living crisis, and so on. We are not, as a country, as a state, prepared for that. And as a social committee, now we are simply don't have the capability to build new homes. It's the responsibility of the state. The state should have been prepared. It wasn't, and it has failed to prepare itself. Back in 2016-17, we discussed the relocation of 10,000 people from the Middle East. Different figures, quotas back then. And we said, as the state, that we couldn't accept these people. We couldn't receive them. So I wrote a feature, a letter to the Dziennik Gazeta Prawna daily, denouncing our lack of solidarity, and asking questions. What would happen? Within a couple of years, we would need to accept hundreds of thousands of people, and now we had to help millions of people who fled Ukraine. 9,000 back then. Back in 2016, 2017, I was a member of parliament and in a committee of the culture and sports at Polish Sejm. I remember, the relocation quota, people fleeing the Middle East. I wouldn't like to quote our politicians and what they said back then. So we worked on that matter.
Czyli mamy definicję uchodźca.
In Polish Sejm. Now we have the refugees per se from Ukraine. Back then, the technical definitions like asylum seekers, refugees, and migrants simply did not exist. As you said, back then it was about 9,000 people. And just to remind all of you, daily rates were calculated for a person accepted by the Polish state from the European budget. So the cost was at the European Union side, and or the technical relocation of the quota among member states. Back then, it was a problem that where to accept them, where to receive them. Some refugee camps. It's not the best word that we can use. Now the situation is quite different. Thousands of people that we have accepted. 190,000 people accepted, received by the Lublin city itself. Now, those people pay taxes, pay social contributions, but we need to remember about kind of illegal migrants, and people just grab the opportunity to come here, as clandestines.
Potwierdzały, że 8 lat już istnieje.
Refugees, and
jak one żyły, nie wiem.
And then some people reported to us, people who had lived before in the city for 8 or more years. So you mentioned a very important aspect here. NGOs and local government and cooperation with organizations. We have succeeded in doing so, in gathering people across just within a few days of the outbreak of the war, because we had motivated volunteers. We acted emotionally. We felt the responsibility to receive the people, and no one knew how long would the war take. Putin's original plan was 3 days, but now it's hundreds of days. And this is all about our security. Now you mentioned the EU demographic. Scientific research points to the importance of retirement system. Crisis in Poland, in Germany. The question is whether these data are being calculated. I mean, how many workers do we have per non-working people? So the support to refugees that we are offering now, and this has been mentioned in your discussion. Well, Germany used the opportunity, and received 1 million people, and and confirmed qualifications of part of them, and supported the labor market back then in 2015. I would say this: in any conflict in the world, as humanitarian aid is concerned, there was a speaker from Norway, and Norway is one of the largest donors of humanitarian aid. What I would say is a weakness, and please forgive me for being quite straightforward. It's really good that we are, a single fist. United in our diversity is a motto in the EU, but perhaps it could be a warning that we have war in Ukraine. But would we respond in the same way if there's a war in any other country in the EU? But back to the refugees, I just recall when
I started to work in Humanitarian and Development Committee, also intended to help in development. And also we had that influx of refugees, particularly from Africa, because Africa is growing demographically. And I recall some data. Always, when there's a country with a conflict, humanitarian aid or acceptance of a person depends on passport. Do you know how many inhabitants Eritrea has? These are so-called countries without human rights. North Korea, Eritrea had 6 million, and there were 11 million passports of Eritrean nationals.
bo byłem w tych kampusach, gdzie były te osoby i byłem bardzo zdziwiony, że tych osób nie będę
once in Syria, in a refugee camp, I saw some people
nie wiem, syryjskiej, tureckiej, a reszta
of Syrian or Turkish nationality, but
paszport
the
syryjski.
rest of the people in the camp were not from Syria, but they were holding Syrian passports, because that passports back then opened the door to Europe. So
Natomiast brakuje nam pewnego
what we miss is a system of control, of verification that would, if we had one in place, that would really calm certain emotions down among the government or the society.
dzisiaj.
And we will, thanks to that, we will prevent, emotional responses, reactions.
I wiem, jak to jest być Polakiem, jak się wyjeżdża.
I spent many years abroad, in Germany. I was a stranger back then in the 1980s as a sportsman. Today we are part of the Schengen zone, but still we are the biggest emigration country in Europe. I mean, most Poles leave for other countries. So we lose the greatest part of the population in Europe at the expense of other countries. Today we have opened up our hearts to Ukrainians because, I'm sorry if you don't like this word, but this is our way to invest in the future. We don't have more children born in Poland at the moment. All the social programs launched by the government haven't worked so far. So who knows, maybe the Ukrainians coming here, maybe they will find a new home here. If they find employment,
To będą mieszkańcy nasi.
they will stay here. They will be our neighbors, our residents,
Rodziny,
setting up families,
ale to jest
getting married. So this is what Europe needs, what Poland needs today.
państwa członkowskie.
So the war has cemented our relationships.
Prawda? To są te rzeczy, które są
And it's very important to make the difference between what we call central and local language that we speak. In Kielce we have 30 organizations, 30 NGOs
że na początku tak bardzo
helping refugees in different ways.
pan doktor
We try to
pan nie zbiera makaronu, tylko na
sort out certain ways to collect aid in kind.
tylko żeby
And we wanted this help to go on so that they don't suffer from fatigue.
dlatego element uchodźców powinno być w narracji tej prawo jest
So, of course, law is relevant, law is necessary to make things work out.
też te procedury
But on the other hand, we need clear procedures, and not only
czy organizacji
initiatives at the level of NGOs.
się przede wszystkim z wyzwaniami energetycznymi, z budżetami, które jest ciężko spiąć i
Local governments are struggling now with high
tira.
prices of energy, of gas, and
200 ton poszło w tym okresie.
you need very effective services to work on aid, to send shipments of goods to Ukraine. And we have been quite successful so far, but still it's not only about helping, because when the war ends, then if we keep saying a refugee, then those refugees now would have to go back. Well, not necessarily. Well, thank you for this feedback from the room. Mayor Venta from Kielce touched on a number of interesting topics. We have this pan-European political context and responsibility.
Czy ktoś z Państwa chce się
and preparation of the state, or preparedness of the state.
Wątków tutaj pan prezydent poruszył. Tak z mojej perspektywy prawda jest niestety taka, że od wielu lat przyglądając się
for many years, when looking at different international instruments on asylum, including at the European level, we have seen something like the fortress of Europe being developed. It's more and more difficult to reach Europe, to enter Europe, although Europe is partly responsible for the current situation of many states in the world as former colonists.
W związku z
That's one thing, and it's well, no wonder there are new migrant trails opening up, like the one through Belarus, because it's the only chance for many people to break free from places like Iraq, Syria, or Afghanistan, where, well, the Polish military was also involved. So it's our responsibility to accept these people and produce an effective migration offer, including into Poland. So it's really about time we started to talk about
katastrofy klimatycznej,
refugees in the context of climate change, because climate change also fuels migratory movements, and the people fleeing countries struggling with drought, hunger.
Więc jak najszybciej trzeba na ten temat zacząć dyskutować.
Shortage of things, they will flee in the first place. I'm not a great fan of thinking about migration in terms of growing GDP or economy, because this economic focus is not enough. We have people, we have families, children coming in the first place. If we look at them through figures or income or employment, this is wrong, because we will miss a number of challenges that these people are facing. And the last thing that we need to take care of in Poland very quickly is a systemic racism that is in the country. And the best evidence is what is going on the Polish-Belarusian border, and also the treatment of foreign employees in Poland. These people being abused in the world, in the labor market, and double legal standards applied to them. So you can see we started this talk from a very local context and spoke about how Lublin responded to the war in Ukraine. We jumped very quickly to politics, international politics, the European Union, and several other phenomena that are developing, are growing across the society, and also affect our view of the world. Perhaps we have some more questions or comments from the floor. Okay, we have one.
Dzień dobry, Andrzej Kotorynczuk, socjologia UMC.
Andrzej Kotorynczuk, Marie Curie University, a sociologist. We have spoken to some of you before as part of our research, so
będzie inna odpowiedź. Pytanie, jak zaangażowanie w ramach komitetu zmieniło
your involvement in helping refugees as a committee, how did it change
miasta?
The operation of your original organizations, and how did it maybe help you redefine your approach to what is the most relevant in terms of assistance? Maybe you would like to re-engage differently with the society, with the community. And what else do we need in terms of help? Where is this help needed? Well, thank you for this question.
Nie będę musiał go zadawać. Kto z Państwa będzie...
Well, who would like to take it? Who would like to answer? Tomasz? I don't know how my organization changed thanks to getting involved in the committee. Well, in the first weeks of the war, I lost control of my team. I had many Ukrainians. They just disappeared from my office. They joined other aid organizations. And I couldn't really tell them what to do, because they were responding, I'm busy, I'm working on a helpline, or I have to go somewhere. So it was hard for me as a manager. But after some time, we sorted things out, and now I believe it's about time we started sorting things out. I think planning
niedużych interwałach, bo
cannot be done long term,
mając
but
6 miesięcy
across shorter intervals. Also, given that we have funding only a couple of months ahead, and I think this tragic war has generated something very positive in our society. I mean, there are conditions for reconciliation between Poles and Ukrainians. I think we can't waste this opportunity. It would be a great disaster if we failed to use it.
Kogo zabrakło?
So what is missing, or who is missing in this aid? Well, someone visiting the border crossing, one of the border crossings, just after the outbreak of the war, said, what is going on? And UNHCR representative approached them and said, come on, come down, this is humanitarian crisis. This is what it looks like. So it was maybe the only way we could handle it. Certainly as a state, we made a couple of mistakes. We were not ready to receive migrants. Housing policy, migration policy was not in place. I'm not saying that local governors or some ministers failed to do it. It's a problem that has started many years ago and has not been resolved so far. Well, I agree with Tomasz in terms of what was missing, or what is missing in terms of aid. Yes, the state aid is missing, at least I can't see it, and I can't see the future because there's no long-term planning. And our team has really turned into an international team. We gained a new perspective that I'm really happy about. This is a resource we had never had before. And these young people who joined our effort, I can see Victoria and Stash in the room. So part of our team working on a daily basis. These people are 19, 20 years old, and we just gave him part of our responsibility to do the job, and we believe that they would be able to face all these hard tasks now, maybe the hardest in their lives. And I'm really happy to see all these people. I'm proud of all these people, young Ukrainians, Belarusians, who joined us. And we worked together with full understanding, with full cooperation. So when I'm thinking about future elites in these countries, I can see my young friends from the organization. But what next? The question is, because the state is not there, is not there taking part in a discussion about facts, about refugees. I can see local self-governments taking over if they say, the central government is reluctant, so we have to take it over. We should take care of our local community, manage this community, respond to how it is changing. I have designed a local policy of integration of migrants. My organization, Homo Faber, which means a working man. We have done it. We have penned this policy. Everybody would be able to use it, either in parts or as a whole. We are talking, or we have talked about this in Lublin for some time. Maybe it's time to wrap it up. And my conviction is the future is ours. At least the near future is ours. We have already started to plan it. We have some destinations and spaces for meeting, for integration of old and new citizens. And actually we want to stop thinking about refugees, but think about a community of residents. And this is really something that opens up our minds to think bright about the future.
Tylko powiem ze strony młodych osób w komitecie.
Well, speaking on behalf of the younger generation on the committee,
bardzo sensownym jest to, że my jako studenci
As students, as very young people and not very experienced people, we get really responsible jobs, responsible tasks. So those who are more experienced, who are more weathered, they can see that we can promise a lot for the future. And if you shoulder responsibility at the beginning, you feel really scared, really anxious. But later on, if you succeed, it gives you a lot of fun, a lot of joy.
Jesteśmy jako miasto lub
Right, as a city, Lublin takes part in the Intercultural Cities of Europe project of the Council of Europe for years now. And as to the absence of the state,
nie mieliśmy
it has been absence, forever. We have never had any the migration or refugee policy. And for many years, it has been mainly NGOs and some local governments in Poland that have been demanding such solutions. We have worked for a long time with Lublin-based and nationwide and NGOs. We are also active within the Union of Polish Metropolises and a special team of for migration and the refugees. We meet with other teams from across Poland discussing the future solutions for that. So we've been talking about multicultural the society, what it should look like. It's not telling people it's not about celebrating diversity, but it's about providing conditions so that people with different backgrounds, different resources, different experiences could meet and do something together. So the theory sounds great, and this is the ideal that we are striving to, but no one has seen the ideal in practice. So actually, since the 24th of February, this ideal has been personalized, has come to life in Lublin. It's not only about multinationality of the committee, it's not about the different backgrounds, it's not about
osoby migranckie.
The backgrounds of these people. We've got migrants.
Równie ważne i równie
and their resources, their experiences are as important as anyone else. Personally speaking, I have never had an opportunity to work in a team that would be so diverse, so multicultural, and so on. It was difficult, and without trust, we would have failed. But perhaps this is the most enriching the experience I have ever had. And when I recognize the faces, my colleagues from the committee here in the audience, I'm pleased you are here with us. Thank you.
Zanim padnie następne pytanie,
before we go to the next question, let me just give you
inspirowany przez
my, personal thought inspired by Tomasz.
tej zmianie w zespole, który
when you spoke about the change in your organization, in your team.
Myślę, że to też jest doświadczenie.
Doesn't also work with the employees. This is an experience to us as people from the city hall, from the municipality, representatives of the local administration. The day of the outbreak of the war was a day when we simply, had to face, the challenge to manage the group of, city officials, wanting to support Ukraine, to give aid, to organize aid to Ukraine. So it's our internal the experience that simply, part of, of people simply disappeared from behind the desks and, and gathered at the Center of Culture, for instance. The Center of Culture is a municipal the institution of culture that kind of opened up and accepted, the hundreds of people who wanted to work together, provided shelter or the place to work when they could meet and work together at the cost of their, statutory agenda. So.
Już do końca naszego panelu.
We are heading to the end of this panel discussion, but I would like to ask you one more question. Part of this has been asked already, and both in your contributions and in the comments. Let me ask you about the change that you have been observing in your lives, in your communities. Rostislav,
taką na gorąco.
Can you give us your comment on that? Can you give us your perspective? Do you see any change in how you live, in how you function in Lublin, as a Lubliner, as a student, as a neighbor? In your community, in everyday interpersonal contacts, has the war or the situation and emotions that emerge in Polish society from your individual point of view, have they been perceptible and any palpable change that you have sensed? Let me say this. How I act in the city, in the organization, in the committee, it means a huge change. Unfortunately, this is the root cause of this is the war. Before perhaps I was willing to join some efforts, some community efforts, but I didn't have any option to. I couldn't find one. But now I'm very active, and this is the integration that we are hailing now. It's really important. It's not only about helping people who come to our society; it's about integrating them. I know a couple of people myself, people who came here, under stress. Didn't know what to do, and then they kind of gathered pace and then gathered initiative. They started the normal life. They found a job. So this is perhaps the best integration effort I have ever seen in Lublin.
Czy wy dostrzegacie jakąś zmianę?
Have you noticed any change?
W tym takim kontekście społecznym.
In the social context as well, in the community context.
W naszym społeczeństwie.
I'm wondering what has happened in our society, the emotions that have been generated. So let me tell you about Lublin as I see it. This is about cooperation. This panel is about cooperation of the city administration and NGOs. And I must say I really appreciated the attitudes and the efforts of city officials and decisions. If only to accept hundreds of volunteers at the center of culture. So that was a change. Another change that I see in our society is that the influx of new people, foreigners to Lublin is changing us, is transforming us into a more open society. What happened back in 2016 and 2015, when we were told that we should be afraid of the aliens, who spread the diseases and so on. That was destructive to our society. And what is happening now is a kind of revival. And I hope this revival will be permanent. Even if there are some grounds for populists to claim some strange things, I believe deeply that this situation will be beneficial. I remember the Chechen War, and they actually were struck by how social attitudes changed towards Chechen citizens, who fled Chechnya. Now, it's not only about Ukrainians today. People from Africa, for instance, 2,000 people, I believe, from Africa. So this is the shade of color that is added to our society. So I mean, there are no more surprises that there may be people different than us.
Miejscowości małej wsi przez 15 lat od urodzenia.
In my village, for the first 15 years of my life, I never saw
religijnie, etnicznie.
A black person. So now it's a great opportunity for us to open up, to become more integrative, inclusive, and multicultural. Thank you very much. Any comments on the change that has happened?
Myślę o dwóch rzeczach.
I have two things on my mind. First is that
Zawsze mi bardzo zależało
I have always cared.
Pracuję z
Since I started working with the Ukrainians,
myśleć o tym państwie podmiotowo i
to think about that country as a kind of the independent, autonomous, empowered
nie będziemy mieli niż Ukraińcy i Białorusini.
and entities. These are the closest members, closest neighbors of ours, but we still don't know much about them. With the latest developments and with the latest bottom-up initiatives, local government initiatives that support Ukrainian or Belarusian communities here. We have learned a bit about literature from these countries, for instance. But currently, and I'm glad about this, no one can say that they don't know any Ukrainian. So I can see the relations being built. I see people starting to learn the others about them, starting to learn the language, and this is somehow about building the community. So language is the basic thing, but I would really like to wish ourselves that we learn as much as we can about Ukraine, that it becomes a true neighbor of ours, that we can visit at any time, talk to the people about normal things. We are very close to each other, so we have found in ourselves more good connotations over Ukraine.
I że to się jakoś na tym trzyma.
And these are the building blocks for our future deeper and deeper relationship.
Siedzimy tutaj.
All right, so what has changed? We are now sitting here, talking about integration, about building integration policies, intercultural integration policies. So it's a huge change.
Nigdy wcześniej o tym nie dyskutowaliśmy.
It's not that we never talked at panel discussions at conferences about these things before.
To jest kolosalna.
It was something other, something else. And given the circumstances, I know it's terrible to say that, but given the experience of a lot of people who have been dealing with the dramatic
zmiana,
circumstances since the outbreak of the
polityka
war.
integracji
I believe that their efforts will be useful, that will help build joint institutions, joint policies, to build a neighborly community of citizens, that this is something that will stay with us. And I deeply believe and have trust in the relations that we have created, that we have built. There are beautiful things. I believe these will be lasting. And we are ready to support rebuilding of Ukraine at any time. Perhaps this is the best summary, the wrap-up of our discussion. Thank you very much for your contributions. But before we start the coffee break,
Zapraszam Państwa po tej
let me invite you after the break, after 15 minutes, to the panel discussion
z Urzędu Miasta Lublin,
chaired by my colleague from the city office. This is the Medicine Without Borders. Thank you very much for your contributions and your attention.
Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej Lublin 2022. Bezpieczeństwo i solidarność. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli, spotkań i debat liderów samorządowych, organizacji pozarządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów. Giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, koncerty i spektakle. Na żywo i online. Lublin, 5-7 października 2022. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Witam serdecznie ponownie tutaj w Lublinie na wspólnej sali konferencyjnej.
Welcome back to the conference room. Welcome back in Lublin. Those of you who are watching online.
Transgranicznej nigdy o medycynie nie rozmawiamy.
We haven't really talked about medicine during our congresses. It's the very first time. And the catchphrase for today is security and solidarity. And I believe there are many people who make it into our town through hospitals. That's a very new perspective, a very new experience. Hence this panel, and I will now give the floor to our friend
Chciałbym przypomnieć, że w dniu
who will
jutrzejszym
chair it. And just to remind you, tomorrow
w Puławskiej Strefie Ekonomicznej
we have a study visit in the economic zone in Puławy. You can join us tomorrow morning. It's a very interesting destination, very interesting venue. I do encourage those of you who would like to go to go. You can talk to the people at the reception desk and sign up for the bus tomorrow.
których nie widzieliśmy.
And now perhaps we can give the floor to those who we haven't seen in the streets, at public assemblies, meetings, those who have been supporting
nowych
the needy.
i obywateli Ukrainy.
And I mean both the residents of the local community and refugees from Ukraine, both civilians and the military who need medical assistance. Over
Dzień dobry
to
Państwu.
you.
Dzisiaj będziemy rozmawiali o medycynie.
Good morning. The topic of this panel is medicine
I medycyna
without borders.
efekt doświadczeń
And this
naszych
is
ostatnich
not only the effect of our last month's experience. It's the experience of our Lublin community and our cooperation spanning many years, although we don't talk about this very openly too much. But, well, we are given this opportunity today. So we'll talk about international cooperation around medicine and health
Jakie trendy
before the war and what the trends are now. And of course we will try to have a look at where we go, what the future may be in the context of new technologies and international cooperation.
przyjęli? Pani
We have the following speakers. Beata Gawelska, Director of the Independent Public Clinical Hospital number 1 in
Pan dyrektor
Lublin.
Radosław
Radosław Starownik, Director of the Independent Public Clinical Hospital number 4 in Lublin.
to nasze największe.
So, the heads of 2 largest hospitals in Lublin.
Maslak, kierownik
Professor Zdzisława Maslak, Head of the Department of Hematology of the Institute of Blood Pathology and Transfusion Medicine
rozwoju
of the National Academy of Medical Sciences in Ukraine and President of the Lviv Foundation for the Development of Hematology.
Pani doktor Natalia Price,
Dr. Natalia Price
regionalny
from the Lviv Regional Clinical Hospital
okulistyki w Lwowie, która dzisiaj rozmawia
and also the head of eye surgery clinic
z nami.
in Lviv, and she's in fact in Chicago now. Good afternoon. Good morning.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Dzień dobry. Jest z nami również pan
We
profesor
also have with us Professor Marek Hus, head of the Department of the Hemato-Oncology and Bone Marrow Transplantation Clinic from the Medical University of Lublin.
SK1 oraz profesor
He also works with the Hospital Number 1, and Tomasz Chorągiewicz
Uniwersytetu
from Child Eye Surgery Department of the Children's Hospital in Lublin. International cooperation in medicine and health
na Ukrainie.
Has recently been discussed in the context of the military conflict in Ukraine. This cooperation between our and Ukrainian hospitals started long before the war. I believe Professor Hus and Professor Maslak will be able to tell us the most. Professor Maslak, it's a long history of cooperation. When did it start? What it was like in the past? And what significance cooperation with the Lublin Medical University has for you, the university and Lublin hospitals?
Szanowni Państwo, działalność chciałabym powiedzieć trochę o naszym instytucie i o naszej działalności w Lwowie. Ona jest skierowana
Well, this cooperation focuses on researching various diseases, contagious diseases, and blood issues concerning the cancer of marrow, very acute diseases, including oncological ones. We set this field of research long time ago through our international contacts. We work with the European network of leukemia research. Thanks to our participation in clinical research at international level, we have been able to register many innovative medicines in Ukraine. Many of them have become routine medicines administered to patients. Our doctors have taken part in courses and trainings across Europe, and our institute works with the hematology clinic of the Lublin Medical University. The cooperation started between outstanding hematologist Professor Muszyński from Lublin and Professor Bolowski from Lviv. They have launched several projects, very ambitious projects, just like a marrow transplantation project, Polish-Ukrainian project that is running now. Lublin has a very powerful marrow transplantation facility. We are planning to set up one. And we also held a number of conferences, research conferences, chaired by, for example, Professor Hus, and Lviv specialists. I think most of them have completed trainings in our partner facility in Lublin. So now Lublin offers a really big help to Ukrainian patients, Lviv-based patients, because of the war and our limited capacity to offer medical services. Thanks to our Polish friends, we can access international journals, including online. And we haven't, we didn't stop our cooperation even during the COVID pandemic, and we continue to cooperate now during the war. The first phone call I received in the morning on the 24th of February was from Professor Marek Hus from Lublin. He offered his assistance, and it was very moving
Підтримуємо teraz.
And all the time we keep repeating invitations to cooperate, to exchange, or to take part in events like today.
І маємо dzięki naszym polskim kolegom.
So thanks to our Polish colleagues, we have access to the latest articles, journals, discoveries in the area of hematology.
Програму лічення в Україні. Лічуся в Любліні теж. У професора в клініці професора Марка Хуса, консультував професор Дімов.
Professor Hus consults our specialists. We also cooperate with Krakow,
професора Скутніцького і teraz
with Professor Skibinski from Krakow's clinic, Professor Tomasz Sacha,
Артур Юрчишин.
Professor Jurczyshin. We also have partners in Warsaw. We can always make a phone call, for example, Professor Jędrzejczyk, to ask a question about various problems that we encounter in the daily work. So following recommendations from our Polish colleagues, I think we have worked together for more than 25 years. So following the recommendation, we set up a cooperation facility in hematology in Lviv. This facility has completed many good quality projects. Now, looking ahead, let me stress that we want to continue to receive a high quality and specialist assistance from our Polish colleagues, something we cannot do anymore in Ukraine because we have not enough capacity to do this. And we would like to also have access to donors, access to scientific knowledge, to molecular studies with acute leukemias, because this is something we can't do in Ukraine because it's too expensive, and also various diseases and conditions related to transplantation. So what can we offer in this cooperation? We have relatively good laboratory of molecular genetics. It can join scientific projects. We are also developing a new stage of identification of residual diseases among leukemia patients, but also plasmacytoma patients. And
проведення гашеля-типування з помocą молекулярно-генетичних бадань і
we are also capable of developing our own register of donors, of stem cells, perhaps with the assistance of Polish colleagues. We would like to set up a Polish-Ukrainian center that will be able to cooperate, exchange with other donor registers. So this is very briefly about our partnership, about our plans. I'd like to thank for inviting me to this Congress, although this is only online. I hope our cooperation will continue for long. Thank you so much.
Od początku, kiedy zaczęłam tutaj pracować.
Thank you very much, the professor. We've been working with medical experts when the City Council took decision in cooperation with you to open up the medical cluster. Then it was the care for patient and the interest of patients, but also ways to help Ukrainian the patients were the main topics of our discussions. So let me ask you for some overview, your perspective of the cooperation that Professor from Lviv talked about. Thank you for invitation to this Congress. It's a unique moment to me, where we can, talk about things from the past, but also the future improvements, about future cooperation, common platform to connect us. I'm thinking about Lviv, with which we have more than 20 years of the cooperation, number of projects that we have completed and we will be developing in the future. The creative the activity of my predecessor, Anna Dmoshinska, was the starting point. She actually felt the need to share something that we had received before from our Western European colleagues. We had the best hematology centers, scholarships in Europe, in the US. Where we learned the advanced diagnostic and treatment methods, but we also learned the values for team building in medicine, which, especially in hematology, is actually key. There's no place for lone wolves or single leaders. So we felt the need to do something together. And this need was based on it was an obsession, I may say, of my predecessor Anna Dmoshinska. To share anything that we could. We didn't have much ourselves. It was difficult times before Poland acceded to the European Union, but we aspired to join the EU. So the first thing was to bind, some personal contacts. We invited our colleagues from Lviv to scholarships. I remember the first the first lessons of the flow cytometer, the operation, then the transfer of our old equipment to Lviv hospitals, and we continued our cooperation for years before the outbreak of the world. This is a seizure between the past and today. We met at a conference, a beautiful conference in Lviv. Before the transplantation center was established, and so we showed our colleagues, the ways of operation of such a center. The role models of the physicians, from the preparation for stem cell treatment, through nurses, through cleaning personnel, and so on. 3 days of a beautiful conference, still remembered by all of us. Later on, continuous the contact and exchange of experiences and solutions, perhaps, based on our diagnostic capabilities in very difficult medical decision making, based on the phenotypical assessment, genotype assessment, based on blood samples, on bodily fluid samples, and so on. So these contacts actually improved our professional skills and translated in some research efforts that we have maintained for more than 20 years now. So apart from some formal cooperation, we are open to joint support to our patients. So on the 25th of February, we got a first patient in our clinic from Ukraine. I don't want to give you specific figures, but they were very high. Different patients from different groups. This morning I spoke with my colleague from Katowice. The hematology clinic is undergoing an audit just now, just to permit the future medical treatment in this area over the coming 5 years. So I hope this audit will be completed very soon, and will get the opportunity to perform bone marrow transplantations from unrelated donors. So far, we only used family member donors, and based on the official registers, central registers maintained at the Ministry of Health. And as the professor said, it's really key that we actually talk and discuss the ways to actually identify patient groups or the population groups in Ukraine in terms of the potential donorship of hematopoietic cells. We have a lot of problems in that. We have the HLA, the antigen confirmation for genetic kinship or affiliation in our registers, and the registers show that we share a lot of the features among our nations. So within a week there will be a 50th anniversary of hematology clinic in Lublin. It will be the best opportunity for us to thank all our collaborators and our friends. And this anniversary, this jubilee, will involve the KMS Foundation. That is the largest organization dealing with registering and bone marrow donors, and I'll be encouraging them to extend their operations onto Lviv, to open up a branch office in Lviv. But perhaps it's the only area of cooperation, as I have talked with you. Also, Katerina Nikitschuk, that's from local government administration, and as Professor Maslak mentioned, despite the war, the ambitions of our Ukrainian friends, go into the future are quite high. So it's not only about register, but a number of projects that your Ukrainian partners are wishing to implement and would like to implement on the international level in collaboration with Poland, but also with our partners from around the globe. So this is something we expect, we are counting on. Yes, I think that this discipline in medicine is growing, very rapidly now, and stem cells, hematopoietic cells, naturally growing these, and processing the genetic information, to find ways to kill the tumors, kill bacterial enemies, and so on, by specific antibodies. Targeted therapies. This is a field of cooperation which is prospective. It's not only about setting up the research centers abroad, but also joint projects supported from EU funds in our bilateral cooperation. Not only in hematology, but as the European Commission says, the cancer the diseases, by 2040, 35% of European population is at risk of cancer disease. So this is really needed. But as we live in the times of war, and we should talk not only about oncology, hematology, there is a very intensive cooperation between Ukrainian and Polish centers in terms of on ophthalmology. And Professor Price is a specialist there. Natalia, you were, the starting point actually for cooperation with the Lublin Center. Why Lublin? And what the situation, the collaboration looked like?
Słyszy mnie tam dobrze?
Can you hear us?
No, współpraca zaczęła się
This cooperation started when
za telefonem
the war
w Lublinie, bo ja
caused the people to flee to the Lublin. I'm a student of Professor Rejdak. I know him back from Switzerland.
ja z nim rozmawiałam i powiedziałam
And Professor Tomak,
profesorem Rejdakiem, że
I spoke to, also knew the professor. So that's how networking started, between physicians from Ukraine and Poland. I work in a regional hospital in Lviv, and we.
Nie robimy takie zabiegi na dzieciakach i
It's children. It's not a hospital for children, so we had lots of children patients or underage patients. We couldn't handle that inflow of patients. And Lublin had the capacity to receive them. Had the tools and resources to perform the complex medical procedures, surgical operations, and so on. So I would like to thank my Polish colleagues for all this.
które są w Lwowie i my teraz
We had a whole network now of partner hospitals in Lviv, in Lublin, and across Poland, with very good collaboration, and I hope this will continue to help both civilians and military members in Ukraine for a long time. Professor Tomek, perhaps you would like to add something to that. Yes, why do we have visits from media
całego świata, tak naprawdę, którzy
from all over the world,
na klinice
posting news from the ophthalmology clinic. Why this clinic is seen as kind of the expert center, globally. International cooperation. First of all, let me thank you for inviting me. International cooperation for ophthalmology in Lublin, dates back to early 90s, 20th century.
Współpraca z ośrodkami niemieckimi.
We first collaborated with German centers, then Professor Rejdak extended the operations of our clinic into the European advanced ophthalmology training center from Lugano, Switzerland, and it was there where Professor Reid actually met Natalia. So now we are second most renowned training center for ophthalmology after Shanghai, and we actually are dealing with the selection, diagnostics, and therapy of genetic diseases.
Już ustatkowana od dawna.
So this international cooperation has been long established and asked for technical or diagnostic capabilities. We are a reference center for a large region. Really. We've got technical capabilities and skills for treatment of complicated ophthalmological diseases and conditions that take the technology to treat all parts of the eyeball, different parts. So the Lublin Center was a kind of natural partner, not only because of geography, but also because of the experience in international projects and in the treatment of complicated conditions or even traumas. gathering patients not only from across eastern Poland, but nationwide, and also from Ukraine. Recently, we've got a bank of the eyeball tissues, which make us able to perform mainly corneal transplantation. So that someday we simply picked up a phone, with asking for support, and that's how we started our cooperation, and asked for the growth, development of the ophthalmology, and options for international cooperation. Diagnostics in ophthalmology is based largely on imaging, and telemedicine is of key importance, as Mr. Professor mentioned. So, being able to transmit the images to reference centers for diagnosis, for medical decision making, and so on. So we provided high quality cameras to the Ukrainian centers for diagnostic documentation and transfer of images, and we provide consultative services to that. So telemedicine, branch will grow, and for this we have worked with Professor Mark Zerbin from the United States. We had a pilot project completed in Lubelskie, and the next step in this program for kind of unlimited diagnostic support will be the deployment of the AI solutions, where diagnostics can be performed without any human interference, and it's the AI algorithms to diagnose the patients. As mentioned before,
medycyny w ostatnich latach.
The growth of medical sciences over recent years, ophthalmology, experiences enjoys this growth very much, based on genetics and statistics as well. But mind you, the surgical treatment is a key part of this field of the medical sciences. So high quality equipment is key, with 3D the imaging, with images taken to be transferred also to medical centers abroad, to watch these surgical operations and so on. Yes, it's true. Do Lublin-based hospitals use such high technologies, not only in ophthalmology? Let me ask Mrs. the Director. Professor Zubilewicz was planning to join us from angiology and vascular surgery department. Well, he simply couldn't be here, but we know that this field of medicine uses high technologies. I know it from the press or from the news. They use virtual reality or extended reality. And Professor Zubilewicz has taken part in a surgery that was actually carried out in Bulgaria, and he was consulting the surgical team on the in real time. So we mentioned ophthalmology, hematology, and so on. Any other fields of or specialties that you can see international cooperation in? Hello and welcome. It's a pleasure to be here. In my hospital, apart from ophthalmology, hematology, vascular, surgery, gynecology and oncological gynecology is actually key. These are also very important given the sheer numbers of Ukrainian refugees in Lublin. And we are a hospital that that boasts a large share of the oncology departments, both surgery, and gynecology. These are the fields that or departments that actually provide a lot of services to patients.
Dyrektor obserwuje, czy myśli pani, że ten rozwój...
And what area do you think the technological development to support the online the consultation or online contact, what will be the key areas for you, in your opinion?
Okulistyka już...
I believe ophthalmology has already started.
Widać, że zarówno granty, które otrzymali...
The grants awarded to the personnel of the Medical University from the Ministry of Education and Science, they certainly help telemedicine to develop and also facilitate online consultation. I think ultimately all fields that deal with imaging, so diagnosis that can be shared online,
mogą być przedmiotem konsultacji.
this can be subject to specialist consultation.
Jeżeli mówimy o nowych technologiach,
Speaking about new technologies, and we all work
pani dyrektor jest członkiem
in the Lublin Medical Cluster.
Rady Klastra.
We have members of the board. We have 170 entities
rozmów właśnie i dyskusji.
Clustered together.
Nie tylko właśnie o nowoczesnych terapiach, nowych terapiach.
So it's not only new therapies, modern therapies based on stem cells, but also we talk about digitalization, digital technology, which has become a priority.
Informatycznym.
So there is also this interface with the IT industry.
Porozumiane innowacje również w
And we should not ignore the overall innovation in IT for this reason. And we sometimes say the greatest medium of innovation might be public hospitals, which is not an obvious conclusion.
Europejska i sieci europejskie właśnie mówią o tym, że
The European Commission and European networks, medical networks, say innovations should grow in hospitals. We haven't spoken that much about this, but I'm particularly grateful to
na to, żeby szpital...
Professor Dr. Starownik, Dr. Gawelska, that despite their daily responsibilities, they are the right people to work on innovation in medicine, and they find time to devote themselves to this work. We are still perhaps
aktywnie ten proces wdrożeni.
Falling behind our Western partners in terms of taking such innovative processes full time, but we, of course, we already do it.
Na świecie wdrożyła w maju, rozpoczęła w marcu tego roku program takiej akceleracji, czyli wsparcia dla
Mayo Clinic, one of the leading facilities in the world in terms of innovation, has launched an innovation project this year, particularly for startups, also inviting some experts from Poland. And so what about working with Ukraine? Is there any chance to include Ukraine in this process? Well, thank you very much for having me on this panel. Cooperation with Ukraine and relationship building
szpitalami polskimi, ukraińskimi
between Polish and Ukrainian hospitals
Powiedział, że wcześniej nie bardzo było o czym mówić. Dzisiaj weszliśmy dość...
Previously, we had relatively little to talk about. Today, things have changed. Before we even realized, we are now very, very much attached
Wcześniej może dość...
to shared projects, and the cooperation that previously was relatively slow now has accelerated.
Szczególnie w czasie wojny, tak? Bo obydwa szpitale bardzo mocno.
Because of the war, right? Because the two hospitals worked really hard on assisting people.
Jest taka zupełnie dla nas prawdziwa i...
So this is a real, authentic help.
Dużo go o niej opowiadać i myślę, że być może jeszcze będzie na to czas. Natomiast to jest nasza taka działalność codzienna.
This is our daily work that, whether this is the number of
nad tymi
patients accepted to specific clinics, this is something that we deal with daily. But you spoke about also assistance in different fields. Well, we should forget this is never a one-sided benefit, that one-sided gets the added value. It always works both ways, and it's a challenge also for both sides. But challenges means there is opportunity. As clinical hospitals, public hospitals, we are very open
mogę powiedzieć za
to, I can speak for everyone, but and across many fields.
Przestrzeni do bezpośredniej współpracy i relacji.
So we're very open to establish relationships and cooperation.
Jest do dyspozycji.
Our public hospitals are open to innovation, to new ideas, new concepts, and these concepts
dla nas mogą być
on the one hand
dość egzotyczne na
can sometimes look
bardzo przydatne.
Exotic, so to say, on the face of it, but may prove very, very useful on the daily basis. We are open, and we would like to
wspierać się, tak?
Support each other through the cluster,
też takie czysto wsparcie,
and not necessarily on the medical plane only, but in IT, in management.
Zapominać i
this is something we should not ignore.
Mówić. Natomiast jeżeli chodzi o tą współpracę taką bezpośrednią, o tą stronę, o tą część medyczną, tutaj państwo...
Speaking of the medical aspect, you have spoken about
nasz szpital współpracował...
Hospital-to-hospital cooperation. Before the war, we had worked relatively long with a hospital from Rivne. After the war, the cooperation has changed its face.
I udało się też przekazać sporą część sprzętu.
We were able to support them with medical equipment. I hope this equipment is still there, serving the local community.
W czasie takim...
And
współpraca międzynarodowa, tak?
Well, so this was international cooperation, right? Because to ready the shipments of equipment, your personnel, the management of the clinics used their own contacts with medical associations, with entities, also abroad, to facilitate assistance from different places. Even the whole operating theaters were provided. Of course, those shipments were made possible. The cluster suggested some foreign partners, including one American foundation. We were able to deliver a mobile operating equipment, new equipment to Ukraine, really high-class devices. And in the international context, we established cooperation with Hadassah Center from Jerusalem, and through that cooperation, we were able to meet in Rzeszów. Our doctors and nurses, they went there to help on the spot, to help at the border crossings in Podkarpackie. That was an interesting and also very intense period of cooperation
granicznej, tak? Bo to
on the very first
W dużej
front line.
mierze to działo się tak bardzo, bardzo spontanicznie.
Yes, and that was often very spontaneous. And now we tend to think about the new stage, about recovering, rebuilding Ukraine, thinking about the war coming to an end, that we will be able to return to our regular work. And I believe the ambitions are greater than before. And we often discuss it within our cluster that
się na poziomie
previously the cooperation was between the clinics,
profesorów, prawda? To są
between individual professors,
i pań tutaj z Ukrainy,
thanks to individual contacts.
dr Price i pani
And Dr.
ludziom na
Price, Maślak can confirm it. It was people to people, clinic to clinic cooperation. But what about the future?
ma charakteru
This cooperation is very rarely formalized. It's rather spontaneous, ad hoc. What about the future? Should we revise this model? Should we go formal? If not, then what do you think is the concept of management at the clinic level to make this cooperation more effective?
Tak, słuchając historii
Well, but when listening to your stories of cooperation,
szpitala
we
klinicznego,
have the example of Clinical Hospital Number 1.
mój pomysł na to jest
My idea is the following. Don't disturb.
tak, ale mało
Of course, support,
wszelka
but don't disturb, don't interfere. Any formal agreements that the partners start concluding with other medical centers are fine only when we pursue certain specific projects, when we organize training sessions for physicians, for surgeons, like endoscopic training that we started back during the pandemic together with the hospital in Lutsk in Ukraine. But we had to stop before because of the pandemic. Then, of course, we have an agreement in place where certain rights and obligations should be set out. But besides, as managements, we support initiatives and contacts between nations, but less formally. Yeah, but we spoke about a certain communication platform that might be useful in establishing and maintaining contacts on the daily basis, to involve more personnel in such contacts, to speak more often and about broader subjects, just to see how more effectively we might be able to untap the resources on both sides. As I do remember the visit of the Minister of Health of Ukraine in June this year. He visited our investment, our project, investment project. We are now building a part or extending our hospital. This is a 300 million zlotys worth of construction project. So we spoke about the system of financial settlements, and we saw that indeed there is a need for a platform to exchange experience, to enable the other party to have a closer look at how we are organized, and of course to exchange different ideas on, for example, rebuilding or recovering healthcare systems. So we're talking about not only doctor-to-doctor or clinic-to-clinic contacts, but about a general exchange on management and administration best practices. Yes, well, this contact, this communication is absolutely fundamental.
Dr. Natalia Price też.
Well, Dr. Price, a question to you, because Professor Maślak gave us a very detailed picture of what the expectations are about the future cooperation. But you, Doctor,
W Stanach, prawda, mówiliśmy,
you're in Chicago now,
Mayo
practicing at Mayo Hospital, perhaps the best hospital in the world, and the US market is where a lot of innovations appear, and many people go there to certify their own solutions and test them on the market, because that market is the most technologically advanced, also in terms of new therapies. And you are now, Natalia, you're now in Chicago, so tell us about your perspective on what is going on here and how ophthalmology works in the global dimension, because you are there not accidentally, I suppose. Yes, I was invited.
Але я їм американським колегам, з якими ще споткала, то я йому повідомила о нашій
I was invited by the American Ophthalmology Academy. I was talking to local experts about our cooperation with Professor Rejdak, with the eye clinic in Lublin, about trainings I completed here, about Dr. Chorągiewicz, whose operations I watched. So in America, they have a different approach generally to medicine, a different approach than in Europe, but they were really glad to hear about our cooperation, about Polish help for Ukraine. They are also interested in helping. They keep repeating, we stand with Ukraine. And the conference, in Chicago, there were interesting lectures. Very profound, very scientific content. And looking at our cooperation with Lublin, I believe this will continue. This will be mutually beneficial. And when we work at a global level, at first-class level, we will be able to produce magnificent results.
So everyone, underlines, the cooperation and support that Poland gives to Ukraine. But we are looking out to the future. We are thinking about international projects, scientific projects to be operated in cooperation between Poland and Ukraine, involving international partners. So Professor Maślak, Professor Hus, from your perspective, if you were to invite anyone to cooperate in the field of hematology, oncology, develop your projects for new therapies and so on.
Partnerzy są w środowisku międzynarodowym. Państwo
the closest partners to you perhaps now.
No ja myślę, że jeszcze takim polem
So I think that the field that we hasn't mentioned is the rare diseases or rare cancers.
dzieci, te lubelskie
Child oncology, so ultra rare diseases in children for hematology could be extended. That's what I'm thinking about. For several years now, we have been networking the centers on the interdisciplinary basis for the mastocytosis.
Jeszcze specjalności gastroenterologów.
Gastroenterology, the oncologists, hematologists, a number of specialties involved. So until quite recently, there was quite unrecognized, uncharted territory. Now we are capable of treating this quite well. So this is one of the examples of of the areas for future cooperation between Poland, Ukraine, and international partners. There are plenty more like this one. Professor Maślak, would you agree with Mr. Professor?
Звичайно. Так. І ще так myślałam.
But of course, what I would add,
Są takie kontakty,
We maintain contacts with
gdzie kształcili się nasze na stażach.
with centers that hosted our physicians, that scholarships.
Moglibyśmy omawiać jeszcze.
And I think that we could also
Mamy kontakty z
discuss, for instance, with Adam Smith Center based in London. They operate
pomóc chorym z
projects
przylepu białaszku szpikowym.
For the chronic bone marrow leukemia. And you know, the common opinion is that you know the issue of the disease, you know, has been resolved. I mean, you know, there are inhibitors or inhibitory drugs, you know, that provide you know, long-term remission, the clinical remission as well, not only genetic, molecular remission. But you know, a lot of centers or physicians simply don't know what to do about, you know, patients with a remission. So you know. This is the program that would focus on such patients, you know, for the patients receiving the kinase inhibitor drug, you know, the health condition monitoring procedures, you know, ways of control and management and follow-up. This is the area I would like. I would be glad to see future cooperation in, and perhaps we could, you know, take some guidance or experience or advantage simply from the Italian centers of leukemia for leukemia treatment. This is something that we'll need to discuss with Professor Hus. That is the prospects for for the register, well, diagnosis, identification, and register of donors from Ukraine. This is a project that, well, I understand it. You know, it has been kept aside for a while, but we need to push this forward definitely. Now the war has kind of put it on hold for a time, but it's really important that other Western European countries or Western countries in general get involved in this project as well. The, you know, research centers, the hospitals, both from Western Europe and the USA. Mind you that in the US there is a large Ukrainian diaspora, so they should be interested in doing so as well. Okay, for us to be, you know, aware on who we work with is very important because you know, the European Commission focuses bets for the networks of institutions. It shouldn't be just one or two centers. There is multi-center projects that are prioritized in funding. That's why, you know, the identification of potential partners is key, I would say. So, Mr. Director, let me turn back in the context of cooperation with Ukraine, but also in the context of new technologies. Something that we haven't touched on yet today, but something that is, you know, the specialty of your hospital, cardiology and cardiosurgery. Yes, these are, you know, very good examples of the areas of interest. So it's quite obvious, I would say, that modern technology, advanced technology, makes it possible for us to cooperate in a number of fields. So telemedicine. Pure telemedicine, when we can transmit the images, diagnostic images, you know, perform the treatments, you know, with proper bandwidth and so on. This is also about consultation of the patient's condition. That is, you know, discussion, in a team to make the proper medical decision. Cardiology it's an area that perhaps has a future, is a prospective one. What we can observe today, while identifying needs for cooperation, then on top of gynecology and perinatology, which are of specific importance for the refugees. Then this orthopedy, the trauma the departments, and hematology. So this is the area for
kardiochirurgii czy neurochirurgii. To są obszary.
Neurosurgery, cardiosurgery. These are the areas that we should be focusing on. This is again our specialty. So our specialties do not overlap; they complement each other. So all the other areas that we haven't talked about yet, there can be a space for mutual effort, for joint effort, both in the short term and in the long term perspective.
Prawda?
Well, it's true.
Proszę Państwa,
I would also say that regardless of that, and in view of the proper management of the specialties, let me just underline once again. Hospital management in the context of limited resources, and everyone knows about that. Everyone speaks about that. According to experts, by 2030, will be short 3 million medical or healthcare professionals in our locations. So perhaps at the managerial level, for hospitals, for medical institutions and so on, how to cope with these challenges, given the limited resources. And resources are limited not only in terms of human the resources or workforce, but also the costs of treatment of our patients. So this is perhaps also the area where we can talk about new technologies. Ukraine boasts very high IT and digital competencies. Mr. Director, I know that you have tested some solutions from Ukrainian businesses. A lot of applications now emerge and enter the market, if only for energy efficiency, but also for the diagnostics that could help cut the costs. So would you be open to such cooperation with Ukraine? Would you be open to testing and deploying such solutions, in the area of this type of innovation? There are plenty of aspects that you have mentioned, but briefly speaking, yes, definitely. Any area of cooperation can be taken advantage of, can be tapped into, and the matter of costs of today's medicine, whether it is oncology, hematology, which are classical, the flagship examples of personalized medicine or targeted medicine. That is, in the sense that we prepare tailored therapies based on personalized diagnostics and so on. Immunology, genetic testing are key. This testing is costly, but we should not forget about the practical medicine, that is surgery, robotics that can be used in this area. Purely technical solutions, like medical equipment. There's a lot of progress, a dynamic one that we can see, that we can tap into. You mentioned human resources. In fact, it is a huge challenge.
że kwestia braku
It seems that the shortage of healthcare professionals perhaps could be solved by the growing numbers of medical departments at universities across Poland.
w naszym kraju. Natomiast jako
Not only in Poland, but as a clinical hospital, I can say this.
mamy jeszcze
Do not struggle. We have not experienced the limited human resources as other hospitals have. But perhaps we feel the pressure.
co ssanie, przepraszam za określenie, ze strony
It's not the push, it's the pull from other hospitals for our doctors. So this is a competitive market. We need to be active to kind of retain our the personnel and
Ale musimy myśleć o przyszłości.
our human resources are quite extensive, and then we need to think about the future in this time. The future
interesująca jest.
Seems to be quite interesting. Let me put it this way, as far as the workforce or personnel is concerned. So our basic task is the retention of healthcare professional that. The base, which is, which seem sufficient for the time being, but we are starting to see that the situation is changing. In a broader perspective, broader than just a single hospital and human resources needs. Let me say this: the pandemic time has opened our eyes and gave us, another look. In a number of aspects, suddenly it appeared that we can complete a lot of tasks online. So with the limited human resources, we need to be looking in this direction so that the National Health Fund, that is the public payer, simply couldn't imagine they would pay for public consultation. Now this service is being, is contracted in our contracts for funding. So we need to redefine our plans, cost plans as well. Given the limited human resources, limited pool of healthcare professionals, beds in hospitals, we need to sacrifice part of the beds pool to actually ensure full protection of sensitive patient populations. So we need to be prepared for, another pandemic, for instance. So hospital beds cost a lot. So we need to separate, some pools for generally for single day or ad hoc hospital care, while limiting the bed pool for general health care or health service. I would like to thank you very much for your valuable inputs.
Lekarzom, profesorom i osobom zarządzającym wszystko, co państwo
participants from Poland and Ukraine, whether you are physicians, professors, or managers, thank you for your effort in protecting human lives, in caring for the patients, for your involvement in those difficult times, and for the solidarity in terms of healthcare. For individual hospitals, individual doctors, and individual institutions. And let's look into the future so that we are in a position to be to design the wisest possible, the best possible solutions for the future, given the trends that we have today, so as to win a better future for both the patients and ourselves, so that this future, the use of resources is wiser and wiser, and the use of our competence and our powers is as effective as possible. Thank you once again for your attention. And let me just announce
poświęcony dezinformacji.
another panel discussion on disinformation and manipulation organized in cooperation with the Institute of Central Europe based in Lublin. Thank you very much and see you at the next panel.
Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej Lublin 2022. Bezpieczeństwo i solidarność. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli, spotkań i debat liderów samorządowych, organizacji pozarządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów. Giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, koncerty i spektakle. Na żywo i online. Lublin, 5-7 października 2022. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Witamy Państwa na kolejnym panelu o bardzo intrygująco brzmiącym tytule Dezinformacja i manipulacja, wpływ na bezpieczeństwo i współpracę regionalną. Patrząc na skład panelistów.
Well, welcome to our next panel after lunch. Looking at the guests we have here, at the speakers, we can say an intellectual feast is ahead of us. The chair of this panel.
Jest do środkowej, tak.
The chair of this panel, thank you for correcting me. The chair of this panel, Jakub Olchowski, Institute of Central Europe in Lublin. He will introduce the speakers. Indeed, I'm not going to introduce myself at this moment. It has already happened. We originally planned to have 3 speakers. Unfortunately, Dr. Bildziukiewicz from East Stratcom Task Force from Brussels. She has not been able to join us, even online. But still we are here, and perhaps we will have more time, more room for questions and for exchange during and after this panel. So we have here absolutely the first league of experts in fake news and disinformation, Professor Legucka, Polish Institute of International Affairs. She also teaches at Vistula University of Economics in Warsaw. Welcome. She has published a number of publications on Russia, on Russia's foreign policy, and on disinformation and propaganda. And our second speaker, Dr. Magda, straight from Kiev, Director of the Institute of Global Politics and a teacher at Kiev Technical University, author of a number of books on hybrid war waged by Russia, on disinformation as a weapon wielded by the Russian Federation against Ukraine, and not only. We don't have much time, an hour, so we are scheduled to close at 4, and the subject is really interesting and broad as the Dnieper River, so I'm not sure if we are able to exhaust it. I think it's interesting enough for some people not to even realize how relevant it is. So let's talk about why disinformation and propaganda are so relevant.
Że tego rodzaju instrumenty są używane w konfliktach czy ogólnie.
Such instruments indeed are used in conflicts, in social conflicts. This is nothing new. It has always been the case. But now things look a bit different because Russia is a real expert in using these tools. So my question to you, Professor, nothing new on the other hand, but why is this topic so relevant today? Why Russia is so good at using these tools? Well, first, thank you very much for having me on this panel. I like Lublin very much. I like coming here. It's not the first Congress here that I attend. I study Russia, of course, as a scientist. And not so long ago,
Kupieckim
Me and Robert Kupiecki published
rosyjskiej narracji
an article on the Russian narrative and disinformation.
O, jak miło. Ja zapomniałam.
Oh, how cool. We have this book here.
Zapomniałam,
Yes.
Przerwę.
Let me cut in for a moment. We do have this book in here.
W języku angielskim.
Relatively new one, relatively fresh one.
No właśnie przez panią profesor.
Co-edited by Professor Legucka. So I'm talking about this publication
takiego polskiego
because
punktu widzenia.
For some time we missed a Polish voice and a Polish viewpoint, and also Ukrainian one,
Publicystyce i nauce
on
świecie akademickim.
on disinformation in the global academic circles. So it's a voice about how we approach and understand Russian propaganda and disinformation. You know that editing and publication is not a short process, but luckily we were able to enlist the cooperation of Radlest Publishing House, and we have been able to publish it.
Jak konflikt rozgorzał na nowo, czyli rosyjską interwencję.
Well, this book actually came out before the conflict in Ukraine.
W tym roku. I dlaczego Rosja tak skutecznie
So why Russia is so effective in disinformation and propaganda? And it has been so for many, many years.
Wojny w Ukrainie od 2014 roku i bym powiedziała.
They actually started back in 2014, of course, and this is when the European Union also realized this problem.
Zauważała go dopiero.
But in fact,
rosyjska informacja
the EU really realized the power of Russian disinformation when it was affected by it, when Russia interfered with some internal processes in European countries and in the United States, just to mention American pre-elections in 2016. That was the moment when the problem became really visible, really tangible, and started to be explored also research-wise. And Yevhen
jest autorem.
Yevhen is an author of many papers on this. Ukraine has been experiencing the effects of these of this Russian strategy for so long, but in the United States they realized the power of it only when they experienced it themselves. And speaking of the EU, and it's a pity Dr. Bidziukiewicz isn't here with us. Along with the EU, the Polish viewpoint also gained in importance, and in particular since Martyna took the office at East Stratcom Task Force. But I can say it was a process from the first attempt to identify and confirm that Russia was a threat, and Russian disinformation was a threat at least threefold. It was regular, systematic, it was long-term and well organized. So well funded by the Kremlin. We were even able to identify how this disinformation worked through secret services, the mass media, and many different structures. And how effective it was in our part of the world, well, the trick was that it was kind of working in disguise. it was Russian disinformation and propaganda was clothed as democratic and a free actor and voice on the global scene. So the Russian media, such as RT and Sputnik,
przestrzeni medialnej.
they operated within the European media space in many languages. Their catchphrase was question more, doubt more. So we can't imagine anything more European and more democratic than asking questions, than being critical, than doubting what's around us. And we used to live, we still are living in a world
Bardzo spolaryzowanymi,
which is very polarized,
wątpiącymi w tym, co dzieje się.
very doubting about what we see,
Skuteczność i
and
efektywność
the effectiveness of Russia's disinformation among us in Europe. Let's ignore the USA for a moment. But speaking of the EU,
umiejętność działania na naszym
they are very skillful in moving around our place. Russia also tried to pretend to be anti-systemic, someone who doesn't want to change anything in us, in our societies. They only want to join a debate, to be just one of the voices, one of the mediums, one of the media that asks questions.
testy żółtych kamizelek.
For example, during the Yellow Vest protests in France,
Którzy bardzo często
Russian media very often invited the protesters
uwagę
for conversations, for debates, and this is how they gained trust of the protesters and the French audience. So they were no longer considered a Russian medium because they gave some space for exchange. They turned anti-systemic, anti-USA, anti-anything else. Later on, the pandemic started, so they started to be anti-LGBT, anti-vaccination. So anything that comes to your mind, they were against it. So in the Polish space, Russian disinformation doesn't work in Poland. And indeed, many Poles believe that we are kind of immune to Russian disinformation, but we are not immune to anti-movements.
Jeżeli chodzi o Twitter i media.
Some studies on Twitter and social media show that many people who were anti-vaccination, when the Ukrainian influx into Poland started, all those people on the social media started to be anti-migrant or anti-refugee. So, since we are immune to Russian disinformation, we are not immune to anti-Ukrainian narrative, anti-US narrative, or anti-European narrative. And this is how Russia is working on us right now. The Russian services, they adjust their messages, their narrative to specific communities, nations, and conditions. They are very clever in adapting.
Przestrzeni, do której działają.
They can always adjust their strategy to the area of operation.
Dlatego są niebezpieczne.
That's why they're dangerous, because they have placed themselves as anti-systemic.
Często zdarza mi się.
And it happens, I happen to come across ideas that we as democratic societies, we don't allow RT or Sputnik to operate freely. They are mass media, so we should allow them to be here. Well, I think no. They are not mass media. They are a weapon in the information war of the Russian Federation. This is just a weapon, just like a cannon shelling an area. Okay, I think I should stop at this point because I could, of course, go on and on, but I'd be happy to pass the mic over to you.
Thank you, Professor, for the brilliant introduction here. Let me just recall a phrase. The cunniest trick of the devil was, the conviction spread among the public that it doesn't exist. So this is something that the Russians did. And this is something that on top of the anti-systemic character, which is the basic disguise of the Russian propaganda. So on top of this, there's this the conservative entourage that they used. I mean, they actually succeeded in convincing the large part of the Western public that they are defenders of the conservative value, especially in the clash with the rotten morality of the West, against which President Putin is defending the civilization. But let me ask.
Jak to jest, że
Yevhen, Marta, what about the West? If the Russians, have been successful in using all these instruments, they've got the know-how, they've got the experience. How come the West is unable or incapable of pursuing such initiatives? This is one of the books by Yevgeny. Win and Survive. I've got his autograph here. So, what about the West? First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for having displayed this book. It's it was published originally 7 years ago, so it's quite old. It would be really good that this book or any book is simply read by people. People should read books instead of watching TV. So why the cause that I would give in answering your question is that we are unable to use information. Information is a commodity, and information is a weapon. This is how Russia uses it. I can tell you that with the audience here, experienced people, knowledgeable people, and so on. There are not a single person who wouldn't have fallen victim to disinformation. I have myself. This tells us that fake news, disinformation is generated by a state-run machinery. Why is Russia doing this? Why has it been doing this for so long? Ukraine, for over 7 months now, has been faced with quite different challenges, military challenges, the quest for survival, for perseverance. But all our neighbors, face actually different challenges in contemporary world. Not everyone, is given the opportunity to witness something in person. So people use information sourced from anywhere else. And the Russian Today and Sputnik media, as Professor mentioned, in the EU now are the past. The problem is that Russian fake news and disinformation are broadcast by Russian state outposts like Interfax. So they are on a par with other media outposts globally. They simply broadcast fake news and simply lies. Let me give you an example. Bucha massacre. For millions of Europeans, the word means actually a war crime committed by Russians in Ukraine, and Russia claims just the reverse. I mean, it didn't happen. It's just it's been made up. It's not true. So this is very like the Nazis' policy, information policies. Nazis organized
депортованих туди євреїв.
Concentration camps, with a show to the public, happy lives of deported Jews. While at the same time, the Treblinka, the death camp, they killed thousands of people every day. So Russia, as any totalitarian state, knows very well how democracies work. But it doesn't use actually the knowledge to build democracy in Russia itself. It uses the knowledge, the know-how to influence, to meddle, to interfere via the agencies, via the partners that can be can operate under different forms, personalities, and so on. If I tell you one name, Angela Merkel, we all have got opinions about the woman as a politician that set directions for German policies over years. But if I tell you a combination of names, that is Angela Merkel and Nord Stream 2, well, the connotations, the associations will be quite different. So Russian misinformation is counterfactual the information that can be sold, and the earnings can be used for political corruption, for pushing Russia's own the interest and building the influence in Western societies. We simply are unwilling to admit that we may have fallen a victim of disinformation, but mind you, it's natural. Nothing to be ashamed of, nothing to be embarrassed about. What we need is to work out a joint system to counter, to fight the disinformation attempts from Russia. The Russian peace, the Ruski Mir, is packed like a matryoshka, inside which there's the armed soldier, just waiting to assault you. So I think that we'll all agree that as long as Ukraine continues its fight against Russia, Europe will be exposed to the spread of disinformation, misinformation, and fake news, and not armed struggle.
Czy Rosja prowadzi wojnę hybrydową?
So the hybrid war is something that I would call the phenomena that you have mentioned. This is an asymmetrical phenomenon. Russia just takes advantage of the weaknesses of the opponent, the West. That is, the freedom of speech. There's no free speech in Russia, so the Kremlin doesn't have to take care of what people think or say. Whereas, the Russian channels can tell us anything in the West, using our communication tools. So this is the asymmetry, to the detriment of the West. Is this fight, capable of being fought at all for us? Can we win this fight?
Zagrożeniom się jakoś przeciwstawić.
Can we just, oppose it somehow? Yes, we can.
Badanie.
And this is clear from research.
To, co powiedzieliśmy.
I think that what we have said before, that the Russian aggression, has changed a lot in perceptions, and especially today. The pandemic has taught us a lesson. That's true, and the Russian aggression has also kind of reinforced this lesson. I mean, self-awareness of Russian disinformation, Chinese disinformation, and the threats that they entail. I'm not a super optimist now to say that Russian disinformation will disappear and will cease to be a threat. Let me just say one thing. What's more burning problem today, as I see it, is that the Russians try to export something that they have succeeded in, domestically. That is, they want to take advantage of, kind of the moment when the truth is completely, reversed. To give you an example, when something happens, like the Bucha massacre or Navalny's poisoning, they never keep silent about that. They always would, spread thousands of interpretations of the event to arouse some uncertainty in the audiences about what actually happened, and whether Bucha or Navalny's poisoning or any other event, we start to feel that we will never learn the truth. And this is the biggest threat. And as said before, the recipient, the audience, is to be convinced that everyone lies. This is the message that the Russians give to the world, to our region, to our communities. And in today's world, when there's a post-truth era, the depreciation of authorities, depreciation of reliable information, no hope for that. The Russian policies, Russian disinformation, actually take these as the target. I wouldn't only mention TASS. I would say that it's the entire state structure, diplomacy. Mind you, Sergei Lavrov, it's not a man of diplomacy now. It's a reflection of the machinery of the state. Washing Russia disinformation, in my opinion, in the Anglosphere, is actually a bigger threat to us. What I mean is that anything happens. There are Russian professionals getting employed in prestigious, renowned media outposts like the Times, New York Times, and so on. So we may be impregnated, against Russian misinformation, because we know that RIA Novosti is a lying outpost, simply. But if we read something in New York Times, it's more credible. Or if you read a tweet from Elon Musk, a view on his view on possible referendums in Luhansk or Donbass. This becomes, a topic in the public international debate. And such arguments, such points are actually fit well in the Russian propaganda, although they are not directly linked to the Russian sources. So to answer your question, if the West have appropriate instruments to counter that, let me say this. I think we should learn a lot from Ukrainians. Ukrainians have coped very well so far with Russian disinformation. They have done a great job fighting this misinformation, disinformation. And, in the Western, compared to the Western European information bubble, Ukrainians have actually, have been the most successful in countering that. Except for some singular groups, there are no conditions in Western Europe to kind of actively spread Russian propaganda. But still, the information bubble is there. There is Africa, Latin America, China, Hungary as an exception in Europe. All these geographies, tend to kind of spread and disseminate Russian misinformation. Let me give you an example of Latin America. We had a meeting with the Latin American experts from Brazil, where they witnessed perhaps not, outright the support to the Russian narrative, but there's a clash with the anti-US attitudes. So I learned that in some military communities there, the attitude is that, or the opinion is that the US could attempt to actually to grab the Amazon the region without any referendum. So the Russians actually take advantage of all these elements. And as Poles, we may be pro-Ukrainian, but we must be aware that there's a long way for us to go to burst these bubbles, both in Europe and in other global regions. At the UN Forum, the Russians still succeed in playing the cards in the information the bubble. With Sputnik and Russian Today, are present there. Anti-US, anti-European sentiments actually have the strongest potential for the Russians to build disinformation policies on. But there is still hope for us to counter, to fight Russian disinformation. Thank you very much. Just to add one thing to what you said, Agnieszka, you mentioned all the activities, the efforts to convince everyone that everyone is lying, that there's no truth. That's the point. The Russian propaganda and those who spread this disinformation don't have the motto from Russia with the love, or Putin is the best leader in the world. No, what they tend to say is that, well, you should be critical, switch off the television, the television lies. Ask questions, and this is what this is the modus operandi. When the pandemic started, there were a lot of the groups, active on the social media, anti-vaxxers, bloggers, and so on. And their point was never about convincing anyone that vaccines are bad, or that people shouldn't get vaxxed. The point is about polarization, about meddling in social peace and so on. Because Just after the outbreak of the world, those anti-vaxxers group turns out to be anti-Ukrainian. And I think that this was a clue to a lot of people in Poland. There were, analysts, journalists, have been quite open for years that this is the disinformation efforts supported by Russia. But the general public didn't recognize that. And now when we see clearly our own eyes that, anti-vaxxers turned by some miracle anti-Ukrainian, it's not a coincidence. But a question to you, Doctor. As Agnieszka mentioned, what can the West learn from Ukrainians? Ukrainians seem to be quite resistant to Russian propaganda and disinformation efforts. Why?
Я тут хочу навести цікавий приклад про антивакцинаторів. Один український антивакцинатор.
Speaking about anti-vaccination movement, there was one guy in Ukraine doing this. He's now very high in the military administration in Russia. So he was one of the 10 biggest Ukrainian collaborators with Russia. It shows how a transformation of such people may look like. Ukraine, at this point, is really the most glaring example. Can we fight Russian disinformation at this point? I don't know if this is easy. It's not easy, certainly. As you look at it, Ukraine now is fighting two types of propaganda, Russian and Ukrainian. The Russian propaganda resembles what we saw in the Soviet Union. The propaganda employing many different ways and channels to communicate, like the Telegram, which is also available from Poland. In Ukraine, we have many pro-Russian channels. It's maybe not fair to judge the content as disinformation right away, but after 24th of February, many experts pointed to them, and if you look at how many followers they have, this means something. Critical thinking develops well in peaceful times, not at war. If I see certain pattern of Ukrainian propaganda in wartime, I cannot, in a way, uncover it. I can't see through it. Well, if I were able to do it, it would be unprofessional. But we oppose a state that wants to destroy Ukraine. So Ukraine now is, in a way, a medium of experience. It transfers experience. As a big state, we have also many big problems, because we want our neighbors in the first place from the Visegrad Group, Romania, the Baltics, Bulgaria, to follow our example and draw their own conclusions. Because the challenges of today, they have not disappeared. So if there is the narrative of Russian Mir, it manifests itself in many places through Russian ballet, through Russian culture center in Paris. We hear about good Russians who are now fleeing Putin
зневажали і казали,
because of conscription, but they are not fleeing Putin to fight him.
і
They just don't want to go to war.
достатньо добре знає,
And Russia knows these tools very well. They never play according to the rules,
є
because if you play according to the rules,
до поразки.
then
Бо
if you are Russia, you will fail.
військовим потенціалом
Because Russia, with its military
ставити НАТО,
might,
економічним потенціалом, вона ні
they cannot counter NATO. Economically, they cannot counter the European Union.
які активно впливають в Європі. І відповідно
So, of course, there are forces that influence Europe.
про те, як цьому
So, since we are in Europe, we should tell people
противає
how to oppose it, how to fight it.
ще російської
If Russia
Радянського Союзу
speaks about its imperial ambitions,
імперією, а незалежною державою, яка є,
then we say we'd rather be an independent state, not part of an empire,
нам не завжди,
because it promises certain prospects.
як би це не дивно,
You don't need to be anti-Russian all the time,
держава, яка проти Росії воює. Але нам треба створювати Росії
we
альтернативу.
don't want to be a state that always fights Russia. In other words, we should create an alternative to Russia, because competition these days
Навпаки,
is a real power that shapes the world. And unlike Russia, we want to play by the rules. And we want to follow the rules to move ahead.
Oby tak było. Tak jak na początku wspomniałem,
Yeah, as I said earlier, we don't have much time, and in fact, it's the last 15 minutes. So, one short question for everyone, and perhaps we can accept some questions from the room.
zatem pytanie do
So, a question to Agnieszka.
Czy jesteśmy straszeni przez różne
Because
ośrodki
we
dezinformacji?
are being scared by different disinformation centers that the war is about to start in Poland, that a nuclear bomb
Właśnie przy pomocy broni
will fall on our country, that Ukrainians are taking over
ukrainizacja.
our country.
Więc
So, a question to you, should we be really afraid?
wojną. Może sobie to
And I'm talking about the military aspect first.
w przestrzeni publicznej, że
So let's clarify it. Poland
i że Rosja
provokes war
się nas
with Russia. This is a very popular opinion these days. So is it true? Is there
Muszę rozstrzygać
something to be afraid of?
wszystkie scenariusze.
Well, of course, as an analyst, I should consider all possible scenarios. Each of these scenarios is plausible because Russia is an aggressive state.
Też
But Vladimir Putin
nie uważam go za
is not a crazy man, is not a psychopath.
nie traktuje jak
And I don't think seriously about such developments as you have enumerated. Russia is military,
że zdecydował się na wojnę w Ukrainie
crippled, and Putin invaded Ukraine because of his poor political position. He wanted this war to strengthen his power, but he failed. He is failing.
bardzo krótko odpowiada.
So, shortly speaking,
Tutaj przeprowadzi bardzo długi wykład. Nie zdecyduje się
Putin will not
z państwami NATO ze względu
confront NATO because of his limited military potential
na północnoatlantycki.
compared to that of NATO's.
Będzie
And second, he will
otoczyć,
attempt to
jakby stworzyć taki parasol nuklearny
create a nuclear umbrella above newly occupied territories, about annexed Ukrainian territories.
nowe terytoria, ale tworzy taki straszak nuklearny
And this will be
nad
a factor to scare the rest of the world, because the condition of the Russian army in Ukraine now is perhaps the poorest ever in this war. So Ukrainians at this point have no other way out than to regain their lost territory. And this nuclear threat doesn't work with Ukrainians. However, it works with Western European societies.
że zadziała w tym kontekście, że Zachód musi Ukrainę.
This will work, at least to the extent that Western Europe will force Ukraine to accept the new order. But seems like Putin has miscalculated his plan, because the West is learning Putin really fast, and Ukrainians help the West learn Putin and how to handle Russia. And Putin, of course, he is
się toczy o jego pozycję
in despair because he's fighting for his internal position
Ja uważam, że ma
and power. I think we shouldn't fear. We shouldn't fear.
Putin walczy chyba nie tylko o pozycję
Putin is fighting for his position, who knows, perhaps even for his life at the moment. Johan,
czy lustrzany.
A mirror question, because we are being scared with Russia. Ukrainians scare, Russian propaganda scares Ukrainians with Poles, with Polish lords coming back to Ukraine, and even that some referenda will be held to annex the Lviv region or Western Ukraine to Poland. Probably some voting ballots are already printed to make it possible.
Насправді це дуже цікаве питання, тому що
Well, interesting question, an interesting topic.
В українські справи
This impact of Poland on Ukrainian affairs.
Буде претендувати на західну частину України.
And that Poland
звучували протягом
aspires to grab, to seize West Ukraine.
Наришкін.
This is not so topical only for the couple of last months. For example, Minister Shoigu even mentioned that
Медведєва я не беру, тому що
in the mass media. Well, let's consider Putin in this hierarchy first, because, okay, there is Medvedev, but politically he's nobody.
І добре
In Russia,
тільки українців
they have calculated
порахували,
how many Ukrainians are in Poland as guests, how much money Poland is spending on keeping these Ukrainians here.
і, можливо, польським
And another thing
точно говорити.
that maybe the Polish people, the Polish colleagues don't want to speak about, not everyone in Europe, in European Union, like
Всередині Європи
the idea of future cooperation with Ukraine.
країн. З огляду на потенціал,
This is because our country is really big and has a big population, and we have a great potential. And
інакше
Ukraine is also capable of absorbing European funds. So these are the questions that
після завершення
the EU will have to talk about with Ukraine when Ukraine is ready to rebuild its country.
так само, як,
So we're not afraid of Poles.
чесно кажучи,
Ukraine,
дивно.
Poland is not afraid of
Достатньо часто.
Ukraine.
слава
A
Україні.
couple of years ago, it was
Тоді
unusual to hear glory to Ukraine in Poland.
не проти Польщі,
And
проти Росії.
although we tried to explain that Slava Ukraini isn't anti-Polish slogan, but it's anti-Russian. Now, I think on both sides of the border, everybody believes, everybody trusts that this is true.
Podsumowanie tej części naszej rozmowy, bo tak jak wspomnieliśmy, czas...
Well, an interesting wrap-up. The time goes by just like so fast as the Russian soldiers fleeing East Ukraine. So,
Czasu mamy,
if you have some questions, let's take some. We have a couple of minutes left.
może być
As many as 5 questions, as far as I can see. So this may be a problem, but, well, maybe those of you who raised your hands first, you may take the floor. Professor Pietrasik first.
Ja może tak sam. Dzień dobry Państwu. Marek Pietrasiuk, MCS w Lublinie.
Marek Pietrasiuk, Maryk University.
W kontekście Państwa dyskusji i tych wątków, które były...
Referring to these multiple threads in your discussion,
Informacja jest elementem...
indeed, disinformation is part of state strategy, Russian strategy to generate geopolitical change.
geopolitycznego,
And this geopolitical, geostrategic thinking is really
w kontekście uwag
at the very foundation of Russian policy. And speaking of Professor Legucka's opinion, indeed, Russia has studied, has explored Western weaknesses very well. If you speak about anti-systemic approaches, then today
w partię głównego nurtu, czy
being anti-systemic towards Western Europe is to target the leading political parties, the leading political forces that guarantee stability of the European Union. So, and this is part of Russian strategy. You say there is this targeting in messaging. Well, they have just, I think Russian have just borrowed certain marketing strategies from the West, now using them against the West.
Pani doktor,
And also, Professor,
czy Pani się zgodziłaby ze mną?
would you agree
Element.
with this statement that today
Uważam słabo rozpracowaną kulturę strategiczną Rosji.
we haven't fully analyzed the strategic culture of Russia. We haven't fully understood it.
Element
Would you say this was part of the strategic culture of the Russian Federation?
w tych uwagach
And Doctor,
zwrócił,
you paid attention
że trudno jest poróżnić
that
dzisiaj Polaków
it's difficult to set Ukrainians against Poles and vice versa. But would you agree with me that
tej agresji Rosji
in
na
the context of Russia's aggression and its previous narrative on difficult historical
Polaków, Ukraińców i
background or animosities between Poland and Russia, do you think Russia is manipulating this idea of difficult past also between Poles and Ukrainians? And another thing,
w przeciwdziałaniu dezinformacyjnym działaniom Rosji
is Ukraine experienced enough to counteract Russia's propaganda? Can this be a model for Poland to follow? Maybe you can understand Russia better than us because you share the past, you share some Soviet legacy.
piętno i czy w tym kontekście
And in this context of
wszystkie
sharing this post-Soviet patterns and models,
byliście wzorcami dla
would you also encourage the West to learn from it? It's a hypothetical question. I don't have a straightforward answer.
Dziękuję. Mamy naprawdę mało czasu, także po prostu zbiorę jeszcze powiedzmy 2 pytania i później...
So, let's have another
tak?
questions from some more members of the audience.
Євгена, якщо прослідити тенденції
A question to Yevhen.
використовувала Російська Федерація.
If we see disinformation used by the Russian Federation against Ukraine, well, if we look at it, this before the war, it was very direct, very clear, very open, or the kind of pro-Russian narratives in the social media, in mass media and on television. But after the outbreak of the war, given the unity and kind of unified stance of the Ukrainian society, and it became impossible for Russia to act so openly, then the narratives changed. So I would like to ask you, what tendencies in disinformation are the most dangerous ones? I mean, there are some risks that we may simply not recognize disinformation as disinformation if it's hidden or more nuanced. It was much easier when it was quite open before the war.
Dzień dobry, Łukasz Bielewski, pracuję w urzędzie.
Łukasz Gierewski. It's a very interesting discussion, but my impression is that there's very high level discussion as Russia versus the European Union or the world. I would like to get a level, just one level lower. About the role of regions, of local governments in countering the Russian disinformation within the EU. I'm also curious if you could give me some examples of this individualized or tailored manipulation addressed to the borderline regions in the countries neighboring Russia.
Zasadniczo powinniśmy już kończyć, to
we are running out of time in a while, so let me just give you the plan for today's the action. After this panel we'll have a coffee break, and then 4 p.m. we'll have another panel discussion, the administrative and judiciary authorities in Ukraine. Now, if you could briefly answer these questions asked from the audience.
Ja może tak syntetycznie
Right, so just to be synthetic, and to answer the combined question from Professor and you.
Trochę odpowiem też na pani pytanie, bo to
and also touching on the lady's question here.
Po wojnie mam wrażenie, że Rosja
After the war,
w zwrotnym
or just in this war, my impression is that it's a turning point for Russia.
Profesorem.
Then I would agree with you, Professor. Of course, it links to the Russian strategic culture. It's as a matter of fact, but now it's the turning point for Russia, and it actually tries to adapt to the current conditions, to the situation, and it has difficulty in doing so because it simply doesn't know what communication strategy it should adopt, and to a large extent this disinformation and propaganda, in my opinion, when I watch Russian TV, is rather, more is becoming more and more aggressive, less nuanced, less subtle, less kind of subliminal.
Niby społeczeństwo rosyjskie do działania.
Is rather mobilizing Russian society to act. But to answer your question, Professor, it's more kind of networked. It's less centralized compared to the Soviet times. But it has a trouble.
sposób komunikować się ze światem.
trouble about picking the right way to communicate with the external world. I mean, it's learning. That's my impression. How to influence, the societies abroad, and in particular, how to act, how to influence, how to exert influence, on the regional level in the European Union. I have recently attended a training session,
Martyny Bildziukiewicz.
the Stratcom, the European Commission organized by Martyna Bildziukiewicz, and
Władze lokalne.
the way that the European Commission tried to involve local governments. Well, they invited the officials from local governments to teach them how to fight disinformation on the local level. And what the local media journalists struggled with is, lack of funding, basically, and no sources available of funding other than central government. So perhaps the local authorities could offer some options for the local media to get some funding or so that the independent media can operate better, in terms of buildings, premises, and here I'm communicating, their comments, but the European Commission also, listened to those voices and adapted training. Not perhaps to the local government officials, but to the local media journalists, which I believe is a good solution from the point of view of the EU. To be honest, I simply, can't give you any, specific example of Russian disinformation addressed to the local government or, borderline the regions.
Росія
I think that, of course, what Russia does actually, consolidates the Polish-Ukrainian societies, not only because Russia wants so, because it doesn't have any other option. Russian attacked Ukraine. For psychological reasons in the first place. It wanted to destroy one of the largest nations in Europe to show everyone else that they could destroy anyone. So that's why the Poles and Ukrainians getting closer and closer. And this is, the best times of our relations in our histories. Our task today is to maintain this plateau as a platform, to make it permanent. Because, just on a peak itself, can't build anything, lasting. So we need a plateau, and we need to maintain this as long as possible, not only through formal legislation, but also through getting to know each other, through various initiatives and so on. Now, Ukraine also struggles to understand, the mentality and sentiments in our neighbors. Poles know more about Ukraine than Ukrainians about Poland. The Ukrainians don't know nearly anything about Belarusians or Romanians, or less than they should know, to get them more actively involved in supporting them. So we need to be seeing our neighbors, in actual terms and not through the glasses of Russian disinformation or propaganda. There are some difficult moments in our histories, between Ukraine and Poland, and we can't change that. What we can change is, the plan for the future. I mean, moving history behind and, kind of designing our joint future, shaping the prospects for the coming 5 or 10 or 20 years. Cross-border cooperation in general, I'm talking about, bilingual projects, to tell stories of ordinary people to our citizens. And just to bridge the gaps that we have in our knowledge about each other. So this recipe for the way forward would be effective not only for the Polish-Ukrainian relations but also anyone else in this region. That Timothy Snyder calls the bloodland. The blood spilled actually is an obstacle to building the domain of democratic freedom. So we need a joint effort to get rid of the blood legacy, to overcome the historical difficulties and build the common future. What's most important is what's most important or conspicuous in Russian propaganda is that Ukraine is not needed by the West. The Western arms are not effective in Ukraine. A single Russian soldier can destroy a whole unit of HIMARS in Ukraine and so on. These are the points that we need to counter. I would give you another example. Russian media claim that Russia will achieve their objectives whatever happens. So this is what we should focus on the local level.
Szeroki i można by jeszcze długo, ale
we could go on and on with this debate. I would like to thank the organizers, the interpreters, Agnieszka Legucka and Yevhen Marta were your guests and my guests on this debate. Thank you very much for your attention.
Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej Lublin 2022. Bezpieczeństwo i solidarność. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli, spotkań i debat liderów samorządowych, organizacji pozarządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów. Giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, koncerty i spektakle. Na żywo i online. Lublin, 5-7 października 2022. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Zapraszamy Państwa na ostatni panel w dniu dzisiejszym. Można powiedzieć na koniec, na deser zostawiliśmy to, co najważniejsze.
Well, let's have a dessert. We talk about administration and courts in Ukraine, and we'll have a look how they operate in the time of the war. Well, the proper operation of administrative courts is absolutely fundamental to a rule of law, to the operation of a democratic state.
Dla Ukrainy ogromnym wyzwaniem.
And for Ukrainian administration,
Ten system
it's been a great challenge to keep the system running during hostilities in the country.
zaproszonym.
So I want to thank at this moment to all guests who have joined us. We have 3
Perspektywy
ladies sharing their perspectives,
funkcjonowania
talking about different administrative bodies in Ukraine and in Poland. We will have a Polish perspective, the patent office and how it worked with the Ukrainian vis-a-vis during the war,
to jako
and how the whole
głos
cooperation unfolded. The first speaker will be Olesia Radyszewska,
Sądu Najwyższego.
judge at the Supreme Court of Ukraine.
Co władze Ukrainy
Olesia, tell us what the Ukrainian authorities did to face the expectations, to face the challenges after the outbreak of the war. Hello, can you hear me well?
Dobrze, świetnie.
Great. So, hello again.
Siedzę w Kijowie, także
I'm in Kiev at the moment. It's raining now. So accept my greetings. I have my job at court, so I'm not able to be there. But sooner or later, I believe we will make it.
powiem, że
And
ja będę próbować
first,
toczyć rozmowy w języku polskim.
I'll try to speak Polish.
Czy
If I encounter some problems, or you tell me that you cannot follow,
język polski.
then I will take the liberty of perhaps switching into Ukrainian. Well, Polish is not my first language. I've been listening to your speakers today.
się powiedział,
In the previous panel, the colleague from Olsztyn pointed out that the subject of the Congress and discussion of Ukrainian-Russian war is held really at a macro level.
politolodzy może myślą o
Political scientists, they perhaps ask themselves the question why the war started, how to end it, what conditions are there, or what about disinformation? And we lawyers, we have a different view of the war, because the first question now is what next? What can we do today
ludzi, którzy mieszkają
to make this country
spokojny sposób. Oczywiście
peaceful, as safe as possible. So a number of challenges, but I will try
statystyki, bo
to share some figures, some statistics. Statistics sometimes tells you a lot about the reality, about where we are, not necessarily telling why things are going on.
jeżeli można
But still, I have a presentation that I'd like to share with you. So I'm now I'll try to share my screen, so be patient. Can you see it?
Olesiu, na razie nic nie widać.
No, we can't see it yet.
Już chwila. A teraz?
Tak.
Dobrze.
What about now?
Ja może zacznę od takiej refleksji osobistej.
So I will share my personal reflection on the 24th of February.
Dla każdego Ukraińca.
For every Ukrainian, this day will stay in our memory forever
Zmiany życia.
as something that marks a complete change of personal life, family life, professional life.
Może jakichś takich zrozumieniu, dlaczego i kto jest, dlaczego.
And perhaps on this date we managed to understand why we live in this country, why we are Ukrainians.
Trochę szerzej.
And of course we look broader and
Człowieka było jak najbardziej chronione.
our point is to protect human rights to the greatest extent possible. So on the 24th of February, martial law was introduced in the country.
Na system prawny,
Formally
szczególnie na
speaking,
na postępowanie sądowe w żaden sposób
that situation did not affect pending procedures and the operation of courts because Ukrainian law on martial law
jakikolwiek
says that
w warunkach stanu wojennego
under martial law it is forbidden to shorten court proceedings. And also Ukrainian constitution says that everybody has the right to trial, and this right is protected even during warfare. But of course, in practice, it may look differently. There were many challenges, and the court administration and the state administration took decisions to continue the statehood intact.
na początku marca.
And it was the beginning of March when the decisions were made.
Momentów może trochę pesymistycznych, ale żeby pokazać skalę, jak to wygląda i...
So let me start with a rather pessimistic view
Właśnie tutaj
and go back to the beginning of the war. You can see the pictures of court buildings in Borodyanka, in Mykolaiv,
w Charkowie.
and Kharkiv.
Niektóre budynki
These are just a few pictures that I found on the internet
mówiły o skali zniszczenia.
that give you an idea of the scale of destruction.
Jest zniszczony budynek, to
And if a building is destroyed, then of course the court cannot
bardzo utrudnione.
sit, cannot operate.
Daję taką statystykę, że
So, speaking of statistics, at the beginning of the war, in March, April, 14% of courts at different levels did not administer justice. They stopped operating for various reasons, like there was no venue, there was no building to meet to settle disputes. Sometimes they had no internet connection, or, for example, it was too dangerous for the people to come to court, and at the same time 11% of court buildings were destroyed, 83 buildings to be precise.
organu publiczny, który działa na rzecz sądownictwa, to jest Państwowa Administracja Sądowa.
State court administration of Ukraine
Miesiąc temu
about a month ago attempted to sum up what destruction had been done so far and what to do to reverse to repair this situation.
co jest 3
They
miliony dolarów.
said $42 million is needed to rebuild court infrastructure only. Another challenge
Oczywiście
faced,
tego, że nie było
and it started with.
widać ten drugi slajd?
Can you see the next slide?
Aha, okej, dobrze, dziękuję.
The one with the map, yes. Go ahead.
Że stało pytanie o zmianie właściwości.
The next question was the territorial competence or jurisdiction of certain courts. The areas painted green,
Żytomierski,
like
Kijowski,
Żytomir, Kiev, Chernihiv, Sumy, Kharkiv, Zaporozhia, Kherson.
Terytorium okupowane przez
These areas were occupied by the Russian army.
Pierwszym, co powstało pytanie
So the first question
najwyższego
was
o zmianie tej właściwości,
to change jurisdiction of courts,
które zadeklarowane jest w Konstytucji.
so that the right to trial
Było
contained in the European Constitution and relevant European laws should be somehow maintained. So about 26%, in other words, 200 courts lost their territorial competence because of the shifting borders. But, as you know, we have been able to regain a large part of our territory, and that jurisdiction returned and judges returned to their original seats.
Stanem na 20
And
mamy już
on the 20th of September,
okupacja
it was so, as in the map. Well, Kherson and the region are still occupied. The courts, Ukrainian courts, do not operate there. Judges from that area and from Zaporizhia, partly Donetsk, were delegated to move to other regional courts,
To jest też wielki dramat, bo
which is, of course, really terrible and dramatic for many people.
w różnych informacyjnych portalach o tym, że właśnie Rosjanie chcą złapać takie
You know that Russians were very often
na swoich ludzi, tak,
trying to detain Ukrainian judges,
pracują w regionach Ukrainy,
but many of them managed to escape to move to other parts of Ukraine.
które mówię,
So
wyglądają tak, jak już powiedziałem.
again, a few statistics.
Proszę zwrócić uwagę na tą dużą liczbę.
Look at this big figure in the middle: 3,866,671 cases. This is the number of court decisions were issued by courts after the war. This is the statistics up to 3 days ago.
To jest olbrzyma ilość.
So a huge number of cases.
Sędziowie są wierni swojej przysiędze.
So it shows that judges are faithful to their oath. They stay where they are supposed to be.
Powiem tak, że na swoim
They continue to discharge their duties.
Pracują, żeby otrzymać to właśnie victory, o którym
And they work for victory as every other Ukrainian, I believe,
jako sędzia sądu
since the end of February. As a judge of the Supreme Court, I'd like to speak about my institution in the first place, but this slide gives you an idea
dużo mniej spraw,
that we don't have much fewer cases compared to the previous year.
że ponad 2,4 miliony w sądach
More than 2,400,000 cases cleared in common courts,
spraw w sądzie,
100,000 cases
że system sądowy
reviewed by the Supreme Court. So we can say the judiciary in Ukraine is working.
jest możliwe.
So 100,000 cases over 8 months. So how is it possible for the Supreme Court to handle it? Well, fortunately or unfortunately,
człowieka
in our system,
mniejszych
we defend human rights
osoby nigdy nie jest naruszenie jego prawa czymś nieważnym.
at every possible level. For everyone, violating their laws is something really serious. And we want every person to feel the support of the state, to feel that if their rights are violated, they can have protection.
Sposób jako sędzia sądu
And as a judge of the Supreme Court in its administrative division,
administracji publicznej Ukrainy, żeby oni taki przestrzegali
we also watch Ukrainian administration to observe the laws, including constitution.
100,000 spraw
So 100,000 cases handled in my institution by the judges of the Supreme Court. This is really a lot of work done by 182 judges, and this is more or less the structure of our model.
mamy pod jedną parasolą.
This, what you can see is the status for 2016. We have administrative panel,
Izbę Wielką,
economic divisions, and the so-called Grand Chamber that has representatives of all jurisdictions and fields of law.
Instytut podaje taką statystykę.
The statistics here is by courts. We have the Court of Cassation, which is part of the Supreme Court. Look at
Ma kasacyjny sąd administracyjny, to jest 1460.
Administrative Court of Cassation, more than 21,000 cases. When I speak to Polish colleagues, when they look at these figures, they can't believe it. They can't believe so many cases can be handled over 8 months.
Nadchodzi i tyle.
That we even have this amount of cases.
No, ale to jest taka właśnie pobudowy sądu i w ogóle sądownictwa.
But, well, this is, I would say, the specificity of our country. Many complaints are submitted. There are 153 people in the administrative division of the Supreme Court, and we try to do our best. Well, some more figures, statistics for the last week. 26,000
naszej jurysdykcji
cases filed to different jurisdictions, 74 cleared over a week.
Oczywiście tutaj ja nie podaję zdjęcia nie dlatego,
I'm not showing you these pictures
żeby pokazać prawdę.
To boast how brave we are, but well, indeed, this was how we operated at the beginning of the war.
Mieć mniej najpierw dlatego, że
there were, of course, fewer cases
i każdy
investigated because of security of people, and every court building as a decision-making center in every town was a strategic building and at risk of bombing, at risk of shelling by the Russian army. That's why we had fewer sittings. But today we have 7 sessions. Is this a lot? It's more or less a standard plan, a daily plan, which was the same before the war. And those sandbags are still there.
mają co do powiedzenia i do przemyślenia.
They keep reminding us what kind of job we do, how important it is.
Że mamy pewne trudności.
Well, we do experience difficulties. Security is one thing and safety of participants is one thing, but we also try to promote
Rozpatrywanie sprawy w trybie wideokonferencji.
Promote remote sessions.
Możliwość wykorzystania wideokonferencji przez uczestników.
At some point, a few years ago, we started to use video conferencing in some sessions. It was the pandemic, many people were not able to come to court. The building was sometimes closed. So some figures of how many cases were resolved remotely.
To są sprawy z kasacyjnego sądu karnego, więc
So 1,776, this was the penal court. Criminal cases are very specific, very high standards must be met. But that Court of Cassation was very busy, so they decided to work online and do some sessions remotely.
Państwo mamy inną opcję, jeżeli ktoś się nie
There is also another option if somebody may not reach the court building.
udział pierwszy jako uczestnik w takiej sprawie przez wideokonferencję.
They can join a video conference, or if
Daje stronę władzy
the case is particularly interesting,
oglądać przez YouTube'a.
then everybody can check our YouTube website to follow the proceedings and see, for example, how it is resolved. So we try to be open to Ukrainian society, and the parties to trials don't object that. Another thing we promote is e-courts. E-courts was originally introduced in 2016. This system needs a lot of funding to work well, so that all the modules of the system are used by the participants to the best effect. And one of the things that really impresses session participants is that you can stay at home, sit in your kitchen and talk to the Supreme Court about your case. And another thing, you will pay less court fees or legal fees because you don't have to come here, so you do not generate costs for the court. And court and case files are scanned and are kept by the court in a digital form. In 2014, we had some problems in the area of Donbas. We were not able to collect our old files. Some of the files perished on the occupied territory. So for some time, we have decided to digitize, scan and digitize files, court files, and keep them on special hard disks.
Moment, który zaprowadzili sędziowie z sądu cywilnego.
And also our colleagues from the civil court, they say that even case notifications can be sent as text to a mobile phone. Well, the interested party should only officially consent to this kind of messaging, because some of our codexes, code of civil procedures or administrative code, for example, they don't provide for such possibilities to inform people about pending cases. And what makes a lawyer's life certainly easy is access to National Court Register.
Powiem tak, że na początku kwietnia, w końcu kwietnia, na początku.
In April, in early May, this system started after being shut down for 2 months for safety reasons.
Decyzję wydał.
Here you can see
nazwiska sędziów.
Who made which decision. You can browse by the names of judges. This system is up and running. Everybody can log in to read case law, to see the context or the background of different disputes. That's also a very interesting resource.
Takoż tutaj bardzo szybko powiem, że
So, besides, we have some other state registers that make it easier for our lawyers to work.
Na początku kwietnia.
Some of them were also shut down at the beginning of in March and at the beginning of April. Many have restarted operating and are readily accessible. Now, a few words about challenges. What worries everyone, but of course we have to live with this, we have to work. So the first thing is the safety of participants. So sometimes in the middle of a court session, there is a raid alarm, so we have to go to shelters. We adjourn the session and we agree on another time, another date with the parties. Next thing is prolonged court deadlines. We have 30, 60 days of time limits depending on the types of cases. During the war, such cases are difficult to go on with. If you want to send a parcel, for example, you have to go to the post office and post it. But if there is no more post office because it's been bombed, you will not go there. And it's the same with courts. So it was difficult, of course, to keep the time limits, so it wasn't a priority at the early stage of the war. Some other situations, well, we do have organizational issues. This may be related to insufficient personnel, because many people left. Also, there are issues with connectivity, not enough funds to run courts, not enough funds to pay for example, for correspondence. Plus, territorial shifts. Sometimes citizens have to go to another region, another area to submit a letter to a court. And when the war started in February, a few days after, first tanks appeared in the outskirts of Kiev. We started to destroy documents. We didn't want the files to be taken over by the enemy. Then another problem was lack of representation in court, lack of defense counsel. Basically, in Ukraine, with some categories of offenses, you cannot appear before court without a lawyer, without a barrister. Now it's more difficult to find a counsel, to find someone to defend your case. It's difficult to pay a fee. That's why many people, very often, more often than ever, people write court documents, applications, letters on their own. So we try to do our best to reduce formalities, reduce the burden for citizens. On the other hand, trying to keep up the standards of procedures with every type of proceedings. The point is to secure people's rights the best we can. That's the first priority. And of course, our upcoming challenges is the reform of the National Judiciary Council and few other administrations. But we started the process already. We don't have the personnel for these new bodies yet, but they are very relevant. Well, Professor, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. We have 2 minutes, no more. Yes. Remember, I'm a university professor, and I keep the track of time. I can promise this. So, the very last comment. And yes, well, we have 4 colleagues from the Supreme Court who joined the army. 15 of our personnel have also joined the army,
sędziów ogólnie w całej
and more than 60 judges from all over Ukraine also are also in the army.
około 4
Judges agreed to have up to 60% of their salaries
popieramy jak możemy. My pracujemy
taken away for military purposes.
sądownictwo,
So I know
o których już powiedziałam.
the Ukrainian judiciary keeps working as it was before the war, except for a couple of regions. We strongly believe in victory. We are already planning how to rebuild our infrastructure, our system. So thank you very much for letting me say a few words. I'm here with you to answer questions. And of course, we'll keep listening to your conversation. I'm very happy that so many interesting topics are being discussed at the Congress. And I want to send my regards to our Polish colleagues at the Supreme Court in Poland and the Chief Administrative Court, and all Poles who also fight with us on this front of Russo-Ukrainian war.
Wyczerpujące, rzetelne przedstawienie.
Our thanks go to you, Professor, for this comprehensive picture of the Ukrainian judiciary, and to keep within time limits, just as you did. Let me have another speaker, and we'll switch now to the administrative authorities. The Intellectual Property Protection Office of Ukraine. It was for a reason that I picked up this office. I'm close to this topic. Also, it's of utmost importance during the wartime, especially for the business sector. Business is business and needs to, the show must go on. So, thank you very much for having accepted my invitation.
Do spraw ochrony
The Intellectual Property Protection Office is represented by Deputy Director General
pani Margarita Okseniuk.
Margarita Okseniuk.
Дякую. Дозвольте мені розпочати від імені усього колективу Укрпатенту.
Let me first
Та підтримку за
speak on behalf of my office and thank you for the support
окремо б я хотіла подякувати
that you have given us in difficult times, difficult conditions. Also, I would like to thank all my colleagues from Poland for the joint work in committees, in work groups, task forces at all levels of international cooperation. The most difficult times of struggle for the Kiev and Donbas oblasts. We had a lot of shipments from our friends with basic stocks and supplies for our workers, our employees, those who left for the EU, for Poland, actually got their jobs, got support. Their families were supported with a lot of coordination groups, distributing support. This is a huge aid effort for which we are really, really grateful, and we believe that this is a great contribution of the Polish nation to our joint victory over the occupiers, over the invaders. And let me say this, from the beginning of the war, from the attack against Ukraine, our organization never ceased operating. It's the team, the people that made it possible. We also used the COVID pandemic experience, so we never closed our doors for a single day since then. To give you a bit of statistics on what we have accomplished, for instance, in March we
Наприклад, в той же час позитивний момент
received
наразі цей показник уже досягнув.
only approximately 9% of applications, compared to the pre-war time. Now it's 30%, more or less, the level.
Було подано близько 2000 заявок, а
March to May, approximately 2,000 the applications. It's like 1 month, say December 2021. So in the wartime, this number is really low. International applications keep flowing in, and it's good. We thank our international partners for that.
стабілізувались. Ми не припинили свою роботу, продовжуємо виконувати функції.
We keep working in Kiev. We keep
Наприклад,
performing our functions. Now the copyrights application numbers have decreased as well. So this decrease was dramatic actually in certain months, but we also keep our work on the trademarks, inventions, and patents. So nothing has changed in this respect to us. I mean, we do our work as we should be. There have been some changes as well, because the postal system could not operate at all within the first months of the war. The applicants were given the electronic channels of communication to use.
А не лише через електронні системи подання заявок.
They could both send in and receive responses to the applications. So we operate under the Act on the protection of intellectual property of April this year. This is the specific provisions for the wartime, and were enacted just to prevent any loss of intellectual property during the state of war.
Роботи з російськими заявниками.
And as to
Чітко слідуємо вимогам.
the work with Russian applicants, we actually follow the guidelines of the Political Council of Ukraine, adopted in March this year. So we actually deliver on the discharge our obligations if with the parties originating or seated in the aggressor the country. And now we also use kind of mixed or hybrid sessions, in person and online, for the comfort of both participants and the attorneys. All right, just to quote some statistics for the applications that we have processed, that we have rejected, that we have responded to. So since the outbreak of the war, some registers could not operate. And for this reason, we felt the responsibility to keep the intellectual property registers and trademark registers running, because we are aware that it's key. The full security was given to our data systems for filings, for notices, for applications, for responses, and so on. It was a global effort that made it possible for us to keep going. If pre-war, the share of the written or paper applications and electronic versions were more or less the same. It was 100% electronic after the outbreak of the war, within a couple of weeks. In the state of war, we continue to be employed as public servants. There are a lot of threats to our safety, to security. So part of our staff still work from home, and part on site in our offices in Kiev. So for security reasons, safety reasons, they stayed at home, but were contacted regularly, and younger associates visited them regularly. Delivered food, drinks. We supported our branch offices in the different oblasts. We also supported our armed forces, collecting and materials, supplies, and raising the funding. We actually provide direct services for the intellectual property the officers. Some of them have joined the army. The objective is to process as much as possible of workload, so that the whole country can keep going.
Zastanawiałam się do naszego panelu. Zastanawiałam się, jak wojna wpłynęła na...
All right, and the number of applications, the number of service or trade marks must have been impacted during the wartime. And I actually asked this question to the Intellectual Property Office. I got the response quite quickly, and the data show that despite the war, the intellectual property protection is given high priority. There's no difference within the 6 months before the war and 6 months period after the war, after the outbreak of the war, in terms of the number of applications. So the awareness in the field of the intellectual property protection, especially among businesses, is quite high, and let's hope it will continue to be so. Now, I'm curious about our Polish patent office that is represented here by Anna Dachowska. Hello and welcome. Director for International Cooperation. I asked Ms. Director for the similar data for patent applications and the trademark applications made by Ukrainian entities. Can you give us some data? First of all, thank you very much for inviting me, for having this the discussion on the judiciary and the administrative the system. I would like to stress, while intellectual property or protection of intellectual property may not be deemed a priority in the wartime, it is key for the economy. SMEs especially, are aware how important it is, and it also translates into innovation levels. That's why, when we talk to our counterparts, within the EU and internationally, we are really impressed how Ukrainian Intellectual Property Office could keep their operations, without any interruptions, taking care of the interests of businesses. So I have prepared the analysis you mentioned. So as for inventions, there are no major differences. There are no, we don't have a lot of applications from Ukraine. There's a slight drop, but this drop has been registered, recorded since 2020. So we may think this is due to the pandemic before the outbreak of the war as well. Utility the models, the smaller drop, so it's more or less the same level. As to the trademark applications, it may be surprising to you, but we had only 5 applications in 2021, but 15 in 2020. So perhaps the number itself is not higher, but the incremental growth is visible. Really, it may be due to a lot of small businesses, are being set up by Ukrainians in Poland. Perhaps some direct investments from Ukraine, also coming to Poland. These are the first statistical data to share. But back to the point, in the context of functioning of the judiciary and administration authorities, could you tell us how the Polish Patent Protection Office alone and perhaps in cooperation with its counterparts globally, other international organizations, has helped, is helping and will help its Ukrainian counterpart. And let's hope it will end soon. Let's hope we'll do our utmost to support you as long as we can and as long as it takes, really. The support that we have given, I would divide into 3 categories. First of all, international levels, task groups on, the intellectual or industrial property protection agendas. Within the EU, there are 38, members there. So we try to coordinate all the support activities. Since from the beginning of the war, we were involved in deliveries of medicines, medical supply,
do Kijowa, do Ukrainy, a jednocześnie też pomagaliśmy
the basic stocks, staple foods and so on to Ukraine. And we also coordinated support to people coming to Poland in cooperation, in consultation with various organizations across Europe. And I hope these efforts will continue. Another level, it's legal assistance, especially to refugees, people fleeing Ukraine. And we have actually, made some changes. Our legislation, domestic legislation, gives us autonomy in deciding certain things. For instance, we can, extend the time limits. We actually made this decision that in the case of Ukrainian entities, because of the difficult, exceptional, extraordinary situation and at our eastern border, we extended the deadlines. At the same time, where these deadlines were not kept, applicants could request, restoration of the deadline, for instance. So all these options are now available to Ukrainians. At the same time, as the patent office, we browse through our patent registrations and applications, as to make sure that all offices around the world actually respect the internationally recognized Ukrainian borders. And based on that, I hope that our collaboration with Ukrainian, the office will actually grow and develop. Of course, within the EU, there's an ongoing debate on how to treat the applications coming from Russia. So this is an EU-wide solution that is coming. Could you talk about a bit more about sanctions? Sanctions are regulated at the EU level. We work with the European Commission in this regard. As the Patent Office, we have received a number of applications that can be sanctioned. We are in close consultation with the European Commission. The European Commission has given its guidelines, so we act together as 27 member states, respecting the internal EU regulations set by the European Commission.
Drodzy Państwo,
Thank you very much. So, to respect the time limits for this panel discussion,
ja nie chcę zadawać
well, I won't have any more questions now, but I would like to encourage you
głosu
to give your comments or questions about the intellectual property protection. Perhaps it's not a very popular topic, but it has an impact on our everyday life. And in the context of continued operation of the Ukrainian Intellectual Property Protection Office, perhaps it's worthwhile considering filing an application to that, just to support them. And perhaps there are some questions to the representative of the Supreme Court of Ukraine. So I would encourage you, please grab the opportunity to ask the Ukrainian Supreme Court a question.
Czy ktoś z Państwa z sali?
Anyone.
Nie? Czy ktoś z moich panelistów ze względu na te limity, które mieliśmy w trakcie
Anyone of the panelists
wprost 15 minut i ani minuty dłużej.
Yeah, we agreed it would be just 15 minutes and not more, not longer. Just one sentence. As to the intellectual property, I'm not an expert in this regard, in this field, but I can tell all of you that back in 2017, in 16 actually, there was a major judicial reform started, and one of the objective was to set up an intellectual property court as a special unit. 21 employees, competitive procedure for appointment of judges who had to have documented experience and expertise in the discipline, in the field. And at the end of 2018, the Intellectual Property Court was registered as a legal person. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic and the war now, this institution is active on paper only, but I hope that it will actually start its physical operations very soon. Let's hope it will happen. Let's all hope it will happen, not only for the interest of the Ukrainian society, Ukrainian state, but the investors and businessmen from Poland and from the international arena.
Dziękuję bardzo.
There's a question from the audience. Thank you. I've got a question to
Na polszczyznę u pani, bo ja znam nazwisko.
To Mrs. Professor. How come you speak Polish so well? I know a person, at Kiev University, the Polish language studies, and the same surname as yours. And it's ingenious how you speak Polish.
Rodziny Radyszewski. Radyszewski jest mój.
Thank you. Yes, Professor Radyszewski of Kiev University is my father. But I'm a specialist in legal sciences, and he's a philologist. Well.
Centrum Prawa Polskiego.
But I used to be the head of the Polish Polish law school at Kiev University. And I also, participated in the initiatives of a European Center of Law. So a lot of connections with Poland, and that's why I can speak Polish so well.
pani ojca.
Many greetings, many hello to your father. We met in person, one of the best academic teachers in Kiev, let alone perhaps in Ukraine. And what's your surname? What's your name?
Bielakowa.
Oksana Bielakowa.
Bardzo dziękuję pani profesor,
Thank you very much.
moim panelistkom.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, the speakers, and thank you for attending. Also, thank you, the organizers, for including us with this discussion.
Oczywiście. Dziękuję bardzo, to dla nas był...
Thank you very much. It was an honor and pleasure to us. Fascinating topic to discuss, the judiciary, administrative authorities in a wartime in Ukraine. Thank you again. This is the end of today's sessions. We would like to invite you, if you can, to theatrical performance, Alena. Then we'll have some session on the intercultural dialogue among students. And also we would like to invite you all warmly to tomorrow's sessions.
Dobrego wieczoru,
have a good night, have a good evening, and see you again tomorrow. Thank you very much.
2022. Bezpieczeństwo i solidarność. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli, spotkań i debat liderów samorządowych, organizacji pozarządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów. Giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, koncerty i spektakle. Na żywo i online. Lublin, 5-7 października 2022. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.